Team. We are here in Jerusalem, in one of the oldest and ancient cities in the world. I'm joined for the first time in my life by Grandmaster Viswanathan Anand. Just a small story. When in Paris, sometimes we have Indian friends who come by, and they just learned that I play chess, and then a grandmaster. They already see me like the superhero, but not too much. But then but do you know Visha Anand? And yes, and then I see some sparkle, and I become a goddess. So well, I'm so glad to have you here. Today we are going to commentate the third and the fourth round of the event, the qualifying event. So let's jump immediately to the playing hall. The game started about 2 minutes ago. Visha, I wanted to ask you a little bit about your impressions of the first 2 rounds of the event.
There were a lot of interesting struggles, a lot of decisive games, and I think the format is producing quite high-quality chess. So that was always the thing, how much time can we drop down to before that suffers, but I think 45 minutes is enough to produce a good encounter. At the same time, it was a very lively round.
And so actually, yes, we were talking about the format. We would like to remind, of course, our audience that for the first time in chess history, the World Team Chess Championship is organized with such an interesting format. First you have a qualifying stage, and only then the 4 teams which will qualify from each of the pools, they will play the quarterfinals, semifinals, and the finals. So 12 of the best teams in the world are participating in this event. Indian team, of course, is playing, but they had somewhat of a shaky start yesterday.
Yes, they were in both rounds. They seemed to be doing well, and in the end, they managed a draw. So hopefully, they had better results today. I think they were all a bit disappointed yesterday, but hopefully.
Yes, I just wanted to ask you a question, from personal experience. There are different type of players. There are some who start the tournament very energetically. I know myself that I need a few rounds to play myself into the tournament. So how do you feel, what kind of player are you? How many rounds do the players need, in order to know, because first rounds are always the test. So are you in shape, how many rounds do you need? So.
I can be a slow starter, but most of my best results started when I hit hard early. In fact, almost all my best results were like that. I can't remember too many great events where I had a slow, plodding start and then did well. I mean, I'm talking tournaments rather.
Of course.
I think, but so I can take my time to settle into tournament, then I can have a decent result, but my best results always come with an early win.
So you need this boost of confidence at the beginning of the tournament.
It is more than a boost of confidence. You need to settle in, and settling in with a win is very nice. Also, sometimes you don't know what you're doing there till you have a win. So you can be stuck in a rut that maybe you're not worse in any game, but you're not better in any game, and you're just stuck there. And when you're stuck for a long time, you can be stuck till the end of the tournament. And these players, by the end, they're getting quite desperate, and they're taking huge risks. By the way, Vasily is doing a classic, so we will get to that in a second. Lovely story. I just saw the board. But if you have an early win, then it's like something, it's in the bank already, and then you can relax a little bit, and you feel the pressure easing, and you can start to play more freely. And so typically one piece of good news is followed by another. It has a positive vibe. So of course, there are players who have started well and then the plane crashed. I'm not generalizing, but there we are.
But I was thinking it's a follow-up question. Does it bring you joy, or it's just check, I've done it, okay, oof, the pressure is off, and then we can play?
There is joy, but then you restrain yourself because you still have a tournament to play, and you cannot carry over joy into the next round. So, of course, I am very excited, but the problem is almost how do I control my euphoria? because you can feel too satisfied with yourself. But generally, I'll have an excellent night's sleep after a win. I think you recognize the emotion at least.
Yes, but actually, like, I've been suffering from so many sleepless nights from all these games, that where you couldn't win, or you made a mistake, or you analyze even while you're sleeping. So yes, I understand how important it is, of course, and how important also is to talk about our emotions, because chess players very rarely talk about their feelings or the way they deal with victories, defeats, difficult situations. So I think it will also help, the generation that will follow, to deal with these situations.
Yes, there's what lies on the surface, which is the results. But a chess player is usually only half submerged. Of course, the results matter, but equally missed opportunities can haunt you. So two players can have the same score, and if one didn't miss anything so far, they're feeling fine. The other one can be kicking themselves in every night when they're sleeping and so on. So it really depends how the tournament started, and the individual moments matter a lot. I'll illustrate the story of the point. Imagine a player who is on +4, loses the last round, and then goes home. Imagine another player who's on -3, but wins the last round, so gets to -2, and then goes home. For me, it's a close call which one goes home happier. Because the loss dominates your thought rather than the +4. The +4 is already in your bank, and you think, yes, that's already mine, and I didn't lose it. But the last game bugs you because you spoiled what could be a nice tournament. So it matters a lot in terms of sleep and your state of mind when you come to the game and so on.
And also how painful the defeat is in chess. So that's another topic, of course. So let's have a look at the pairings of this round, first of all. Mm-hmm. I wanted to talk a little bit also about the highlights of the first and the second round. So today, in the Pool A, we have the French team was facing the Spaniards. So French also had quite a rocky start. They lost against Ukraine. Then they bounced back by winning against the Netherlands. Netherlands have 0 points. So theoretically, they still have a chance to qualify, but they will need to win maybe all of their matches, or at least 3 out of 4.
I think they should definitely not have lost to France.
3 out of 3, actually. There are only 3 games left. Yeah. I'm so sorry. Yes,
so they definitely should not have lost to France. They had good chances to win it. So it's especially hard for them to think that they spoiled it and then you have to come back. So they have to put that behind them and see if they can get past it.
So this championship also offers the opportunity to younger players to perform, to shine. And the Chinese team won both of their matches yesterday. Today they are facing Ukraine. Ukraine also won both of their matches, so this is the clash of the leaders. So let's have... and I wanted to tell you that actually we did analyze the game between Vasily Ivanchuk and Kenya Solomon, and for me this was one of the huge performances of the last rounds, because Kenya Solomon made the draw against Vasily Ivanchuk with black, so it also gives you the opportunity for this personal results, and I wanted to underline this.
Sure. I mean, we can point out that South Africa is rated, well, there's quite a big rating gap between them and the other teams. And so, they're going to probably fight harder for every point. But on the other hand, for many of them, this is a chance to show what they're capable of, and they may take a lot of positive things away. They'll work hard during this tournament, but they may take, and they will probably learn a lot here.
So their first 2 players are quite experienced one, and their last 2 forwards, they're younger players. So, and maybe this is the first time also when they play against such a strong opposition. So it's very important, of course, to have those occasions. So let's have a look at the pairings of the Pool B. 6 teams are competing in each pool. So what do we have? We have Poland against the hosting team Israel. What can we say about this? They desperately need to win.
That's right, but they seem fairly evenly matched by most criteria.
So those are the rapid ratings, of course.
Yes. Again, that would explain something variance, but on paper they look fairly balanced. Maybe tend slightly towards Poland, but.
Then we have a very strong team of Azerbaijan who is pitted against India. At the beginning of the tournament, we were talking about the top seeds. So let's say, at least on the list, France is the top seed of this event. Then you have the team of Azerbaijan, and then you have the team of the United States of America. So, of course, according to the rapid rating list, India made 2 draws yesterday. We discussed it a little bit earlier. The Azerbaijani team won their both matches, yes, and they have a very homogeneous team. You know, it's like you don't know what is their weak link. They have a very young player, I think, who they're testing in this event. Also, they were held in a qualifier for this event, so like I think everyone wanted to be part of this team. So what do you think about this match?
It is a heavyweight match, but the thing about, let's say, especially the top 2 boards, is they have played each other an incredible number of times. They work together, play together, hang out together, all that sort of thing. So they know each other well, which even means that other factors come into play because they know so much about each other and their styles and so on.
Just wanted to say that Shakhriyar Mamedov is a former world number 2. I think his peak rating was well above 2800, 2020. Timur Ajabov had this year a very successful candidates tournament. So you have Rauf Mamedov, I think, is multiple national champion, and all these players are very accomplished. On the other hand, you have the Indian team, where you have very strong young professionals, but I also noticed that Krishnan Sashikiran is playing in this team. I know him for so many years, and he is such an accomplished player himself.
I think it's a new state of affairs for him to find himself absolute veteran of the team. So, but you're right, he's very experienced, very hard worker. Still, if you see his games in many of the Opens he played this year, it's, he's still in the cutting edge and he's motivated to work, even though he's, obviously his parental duties take a lot of time and so on, but it's nice. Mamedyarov, very aggressive, very interesting, always looking for interesting position. I don't think he's aiming away from solid positions as much as sharp positions are solid ones for him. That's his, he feels like a fish in water here. So you usually get an interesting battle out of him. Timur, it heavily depends on his motivation. Recently, he's shown that some tournaments he can play incredibly well, and he's done very well online, the faster controls and all that. But there have been many other tournaments where his motivation can be a factor. But as many people found out in Madrid, he can be dangerous at any stage of the event. So it looked like he was going to have a very bad event, and then suddenly he boomed and came to second place. So very experienced, very talented. Everyone respects him. Nihal, big shark in the faster controls. Recently was in the finalist for the global championship. Vidit has had very good results recently, classical and rapid. So good. SL Narayanan, consistent performance. Sasikaran we already spoke about. Same again as Rauf Mamedov. Mamedyarov, Ayub Bugar, all of them sort of in that generation they were together, and Timur as well. So
it's going to be a thrilling match. And the last pairing that we didn't have a chance to discuss, so this is, you have the teams on your screen. You have the team of the United States of America playing against Uzbekistan. The Uzbekistani team just won the World Chess Olympiad. They finished the tournament on a high note, so how long they're going to feel inspired? How long they're feeling this euphoria from winning the Chess Olympiad?
I don't think it'll ever fully fade away, but come on, some months have passed. You can't be excited for that long. By now, I think it's no longer excitement, it's just a deep satisfaction. It's one of your treasured moments. And it's nice that they had it so early in their
career, yes.
I mean, many people wait a long time for this, so they had it at the start almost. And that's nice for them. But all of them, I'm sure, have found new things to aim for. Because, I mean, why would you stop here?
Well, but I think this is such an incredible feeling. You know, I have only one silver medal, which we won in the team competition, but at the time I played for Moldova, and we are still looking for a medal with France. It's the only image that I have in my mind, that if we would win something, you know, it was like, we're the king of the world.
Sure.
So I think that's how they felt when they won the Chess Olympiad. So let's have a look at the games. I think we have a few moves here already, or not that much.
Okay, so Mamedyarov, and with it, I have seen a bunch of moves here, but Rook E1, the obvious aim of getting an E4. Then you get this knockabout, Bishop D2, Knight to B6. Obviously, White can repeat moves, but that would be silly. So he tries to protect the D4 pawn, and then Rook E8. White's aim would be to put the knight here, for instance, and then slowly come for this pawn, which can no longer be defended by other pawns. It can only this piece, and that's it. So nothing else can support it. But in the meantime, Black is trying to free himself with E5.
That was my question.
And I don't know the theory here particularly. I don't think Black has made any particular mistake or anything so far. So let's try Knight E4. I go here.
So should you exchange the bishop, or
if you play E5, the problem for you is that I take and I take on E5. So
no, I was thinking about bishop F8 or
no,
bishop
there is an
D2.
intermezzo, right? I could throw this in. But you could always move the bishop, I don't know, here.
Bishop C5.
And then you take this. So it might not be what you're aiming for. Bishop F8 is interesting. Let me try. I mean, there are a couple of ideas I can do here. One is Bishop C3.
So I didn't want to take
I want to
Bishop
stop
D2,
E5.
Knight D2. Yes, exactly. But then.
And now what I want to do is to bring this knight back and slowly target this pawn.
Yes.
It'll take a bit of time to win the pawn, but once I do it, the typical claim is that the knight is blocking a c-pawn, and so white should be slightly better.
Yes,
because the c-pawn would rather be out there. I remove the arrows.
With you, and then can I try then the idea that you can have from the other line, then not to play bishop f8, but to play a5 and to force you to play a3? Would it be useful?
It's very useful, except when it's not. It's one of those things. I never know when it's most useful. Sometimes a5, a4 can be very good.
That's what I wanted to try.
And sometimes it doesn't work out. So I don't. Let's say a3 is necessary.
Yes.
I think now you would take it, get it out of the way.
Then knight d2. I wanted to play knight d2.
I think with this one, right? But then you have
then
e5,
yes.
so we're in time, yes. But did we more understand? Could I do it in the other order? No, there is one more trick here. If you play e5, you will not be able to recapture right away.
Because of knight c4.
Because a knight takes c4. However, it probably doesn't. Here, I think it matters. Excuse me, that was a mouse slip rather than. I would possibly I'd go rook d8.
Rook e8. Yes.
Sorry, so that you don't get the files. And if white does something like this, sometimes white gets an advantage by playing b4, a3 and leaving that knight there. Then one of the black pieces has to stay behind to defend these things. Let's see. So far, I don't see any clear sign. It would be stronger here, though. After a5, a3.
Because you don't have knight a5 here also.
No, but I would take on b6 and just smash your pawn structure. But the thing is, do you need to take? You might be able to play something else. c6, f4. And I would like white because I have a clear destination.
Yes.
But
Well, so many
So rook
different
e8,
plans.
yeah. So knight e4, bishop f8. Let's go back to this. So you're trying to play e5. We thought bishop c3 to stop e5, but then I suddenly realized I could play knight d5 and now threaten b5 again. See, black, if he defends this pawn with another pawn, then it's much harder for white to recover.
Yes, but do we have time? Let's say if I attack it, and then if you play b5, I will play a4.
Well, how will you attack it? Queen e2 maybe?
Yes, let's try. And I will even let you to play b4. But then you have
Hang
bishop
on, I have, first of all, I have e5. You capture with the knight? Or the pawn?
I want
don't
to
know.
take on c3. Okay, I will
Exactly.
take.
So you take here or the other way.
Take on c3.
Take with the knight. I capture with this. And black has gotten everything he wants. You will get back your pawn, but after c6, in fact, I have the two bishops, so I might even claim that I'm slightly better. So maybe bishop f8 is a good plan. How do I deal with... I could go queen c2 and try to stir up the pot like this. Then I would have to play g6 and then bishop c3 or...
So you want to, if I don't play e5, your next move would be bishop c3 or something else? If I
After queen
play,
c2.
if I play h6, for example.
Actually, instead of queen c2, I also would consider this move. It's risky because you're cementing your pawn disadvantage. But on the other hand, I've clamped down. My pawn here is stopping your e6 pawn from moving. And therefore your bishop is slightly wobbly.
Of course, and you will have a clear advantage if you win your... Like
That's too strong. I just realized that I can't stop bishop d7, so the bishop's coming out very naturally. However, after queen c2 h6, it might make slightly more sense. Let's say you come out. I can go bishop c3 and claim that my space advantage is something I don't know yet.
You're trying to intimidate me. You can claim anything, you know. I would agree, and you know, I would forget about all my critical, rational thinking. So.
No, I get excited about a plan, and then suddenly I realize that black has some resources. It's tricky. But look,
it shows that there are a few plans in this position. So I think that what did they place? So
a5, a3 actually.
So you know how many times did I find Shahriyar's move already? So moves already.
Well, you're finding Vidit's move.
Ah, this is Vidit. Okay,
yeah,
okay. So like okay, that's still the same game.
Yes.
Oh, if only I could be that strong when I am playing, you know. This will make the difference.
Also, in this line, the problem for black is now white is threatening rook c1 and piling on. I could play a4, what I mentioned earlier. Rook c1, knight a5. So now both knights are defending this pawn. But white could play knight e5, and both the knights are attacking it. So white gets his small advantage.
Yes, but that was the idea behind, like when I proposed the move a5 to play e4 and knight a5. You have it in in a different structure and different openings.
So my question is, how do I organize that I play e5?
But maybe you can give it up and play bishop d7 in the line that we analyzed.
Which one?
But you stopped after knight e5. And even though maybe if I can develop my bishop, then I will be okay because I still control the pawns. The one that we stopped right now, like knight e5. So a4, rook c1, knight a5.
Ah, yes, yeah.
Yes, here. And maybe I can play bishop d7 here.
The problem with that, what I would see is that I take. I assume you're going all with the pawns.
Yes.
I mean all the knights. And then how do you defend this pawn? Because your problem is if you play c6, then the bishop's connection with a4 goes, so I just win that pawn. And if you don't play c6...
I wanted to play bishop b5 and c6 then. And I think I'm fine here if I can get away with this.
Okay, let's see if that's true. I'll go bishop f1. You capture... I don't think I want to take with my king, so I'll do that.
And queen a5, you have a bishop.
Well, now I'm attacking two pawns, but you can play b5 because the rook is actually in a fire. It's gone sideways. So the only way I'll get out is to play b3 later. But let me make some natural moves. so that I want to put the rook here and maybe the rook on c5 and see.
Can I play queen d5? I want to take.
Yes, and you could just claim that
yes.
white is forced to play b3 and that will weaken his pawns enough that maybe you have enough play. That was a long line. So bishop d7, bishop b5 you wanted to do. I could also play rook c5,
c6.
c6, and then now that my rook is stopping e5, I could make 100 useful moves before I go for anything further. I'll go queen c2, rook c1.
But do you have
and
an
play bishop
active
f1
plan?
at the end.
Ah, okay. So
that at the end I will claim that my rooks will restrain your c pawn.
And you'll play rook c4.
And I'll harass your thing.
Okay, I understand.
It's a bit of a... I wouldn't go so far as to claim that white is better, but I mean that white is actually going to break through, but I think white is better if this happens. So after a5, a3,
maybe here
I'm leaning to bishop f8 because we've already seen that bishop c3 doesn't work because I have knight d5 and then I'm threatening b5. Doesn't work, I wouldn't say, but if you attacked queen e2, I would go b5. And if a4, I could even play this, but I will probably go b4.
b4 and then maybe bishop a6. Do you have queen c4 intermediates if you're not losing anything?
That was the question. I take here, you take here, and I play bishop d7, and I'm just better. Because now I have this very nice square for my pieces.
Yes,
so if you come
you'll
back,
take on b2
and I have this lovely square for my bishop, and this knight is going here, and we're winning that pawn. So a5, a3, bishop f8 is our current vote. Shall we look at some other games?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Just what is the current position on the board? So what is our verdict? He played bishop d6.
d6, not f8.
Wanted to prepare e5.
Okay, but it already suggests that neither of them thinks this plan of knight d5 thing is so strong. So what happens if knight here? Maybe I just go queen a4, what I missed earlier. That is true. So even if he had gone bishop f8, if I go bishop c3, knight d5, this move is available, which stops b5 and I get my pawn. So that it simply doesn't work. Then bishop c3 is a plan. And bishop d6, bishop c3.
Okay, we'll let them think. You know, we have so many games. Yeah. Let's have a look.
We still haven't come to Vasily, and that is.
Yes. What was the? Oh my God!
This one.
I know.
That's what I saw you. I mean, I saw that. This is this funny line where almost everyone plays d5.
No, but you have bishop c5, of course.
Very few people play it, surprisingly, because I have checked it over and over again, and it always seems to be just drawn. Exactly what happened in the game, by the way. So bishop f7 check, king f7, queen d5 check, king g6, queen c5, knight h1, knight c3. Amazingly, you're supposed to play this calm move h6 and just giving the king a corner.
I think I've seen a game.
He's gone queen c4, knight c6. And white still has a draw by just checking on e4 and d5, for instance. But once you let go of that, there isn't a forced draw. White could try something like bishop e3, rook e8, and castle long. But after knight takes, king h7 even, black has also escaped.
Maybe we should show that queen e4 doesn't lead to anything.
Yes.
Yes, it's important
so
also
they've
for
come
this
here.
variation, yes.
You could go queen e4 check, stopping the king running back. Then you could go queen d5 check. Oh, sorry, you could even go queen
c4.
c4 check. King comes here. If it goes here, then you develop. So it's awkward. King f8 as well, I think. It's hard, but also queen f4 might be a draw. I don't know.
King f8, you have maybe bishop b3 with tempo.
Yes, and with threatening castling long and everything. I think most times I've checked this, the computer just wanted to repeat and doesn't see any point in attempting further. But white also misses some key squares, so he can't play for an advantage easily.
No, but he's not playing against the computer, so please explain to me, what is Vasil's state of mind? Why he's taken such a gamble, or he simply thinks, okay, draw is fine with black?
First of all, what I know of Vasily is that, he, as you said, he just thinks I know the line, it's fine. I would be nervous with black because I would think it's easy to slip up. I think a lot of black players don't play this line because they think it could slip out of control. Also, maybe they don't like the fact that it's a horse draw, even though you're black. But Vasily is happy to let his opponent take that if that's his wish. So what have they come up to? Queen c4, knight c6. Isn't that the current position? Let me just refresh and tell you.
And I think the Chinese player is hesitating. He knows that this is a draw. And, well, should he take it or not? Because, it spoils the white pieces. In a team competition, where you have two whites, and if you have such an early draw at the beginning of the round, it leaves your compatriots with two blacks against a very strong Ukrainian team.
It could prove to be expensive because these are the two leading teams. So there is something at stake here.
And, of course, you have the running line on your screens. If you were not here at the beginning of our broadcast, we remind you of the results of the standings, and we will do so, of course, at the beginning of every round. Okay, so let's have a
swing around a bit. Did we see Nihal Sarin against Temur? Typical Nihal Sarin. He gets a small edge, an isolated pawn. It's not much because black's position is quite solid, but generally Nihal will take it. He's very confident in his technical abilities. There's a touch of young Magnus in him, where I can press with no risk is a very attractive proposition to Nihal. Not always the case. I think I'd like something more, and I'm willing to risk something for it. But if you remember Magnus, say 10 years ago, he was very happy with a small edge at no risk because he just thought, great. I mean, it's not that I don't think it was particularly connected only with the result. He genuinely enjoyed a long end game where he could keep on trying, and so he looked forward to it.
But you know why I smiled? Because if the colors would be reversed, then you would say, well, typical Timur Ajabov, you have an isolated pawn, a small edge, and then it could suit both of the players.
But Timur has a wild side.
Yes, he has
but
it,
Timur
of course.
has a very wild side.
But with white, his preparation...
It's true. He's more solid these days, I agree. Yes, his wild side is more with black. And he's not getting it, which is another argument in favor of what Nihal has done. Because this is not the kind of position Temur normally aims for. Yes. So that is something.
So the psychological battle was won already by Nihan, as you would say.
Yes, we could say that. I think still bishop f6, it depends whether you want to put your knight in the pin.
Then rook d1 and white's play is quite easy. Unless you can play something like bishop g4, rook c8 very quickly. How can you counter white's intentions here?
Let's say I go rook e8. Are you going to take the pawn? I could play something like bishop e6 and then try to go rook b8 or rook c8.
Actually, I didn't want to take the pawn. I wanted to play rook d1.
But I could do something like this and try to get in bishop d4.
So bishop b2, bishop...
it's true. I don't really need rook a. I don't need queen a4 to play rook d1. Maybe I could just play rook d1 here. I think, or hang on to the pawn a bit longer with queen c2.
Then I have rook b8, d4, bishop b3. Maybe I can have some counterplay here, or not.
Well, yes. I don't know. It gets... You have to calculate a few things. After rook a b1, you wanted to do what? d4?
d4, yes.
Bishop f4?
Bishop f4.
I think I heard you say bishop b3, queen d3, and rook b6. It's a bit tenuous, I would say. I have rook c1. My pieces are on my squares.
This is not enough, of course.
Okay, let's say Nihal would be sort of happy here. This is interesting. One of these modern lines, bishop d2 and the 4 knights.
a5, just a second. This is a very interesting line. Yes, bishop d2, a5. I think it will also be very interesting to our viewers, because traditionally...
This is supposed to be a forced draw.
Yes.
But people do lose it with black. Because and this, by the way, is all theory and it's been played multiple times. And you can just find Karyakin Vidit from this year. And then I'll show you Wesley So against Magnus Carlsen. And,
and this
the draw I know is that you're supposed to do something like this. And this is the first draw. It invariably ends up with a drawn rook ending.
Don't judge me, I can see how you're teaching your students, poor kids, like, oh, Almira, chess base 15. This is frowned upon in India, So I'll analyze the game, I will get the game.
Karyakin did it.
Yes. Sorry. You see how I'm very clumsy, when I prepare, I'm stressed. I still have the preparation from the French championship. Okay, let's have a look.
And this should be 2022.
So
yes, this is the classic, yeah.
This is the biggest classic, of course.
Okay, so it went rook d8, bishop f3. And there are a couple of forced draws. With it, I think made the mistake of just thinking if I make some moves, it'll be okay. So rook b8, rook
so
e8,
you think
right?
you think that king f8 was already a slight imprecision, like a slight mistake?
If you get Wesley So against Carlsen, you'll see the answer.
Yes.
So...
okay, so it was rook e8. H4 was played. Oh, it's a very instructive game.
Yeah, and then you're supposed to do something like this, so that the rook doesn't come to b7,
That's
rook b3,
rook b3,
and then bishop e2 is the draw.
And here,
no, maybe not here.
Here he played rook e5.
Yes, I don't think it's bishop e2 here. It's some difference. Rook d3, bishop f3. Maybe they start with bishop a6, not even allowing rook b8. Anyway.
Yes, let's just show the
if
position.
you just show Wesley against Carlsen.
Just in case the position, the passive defense didn't work. I wanted to show at least.
Yes, he went rook e8.
So rook b8.
Rook b3. He went rook e5.
Rook e5, rook c3.
Rook c3. Now Vidit was forced to go back to e7.
And rook e3.
Yeah.
So rook e6, bishop d5, bishop b6, and bishop 3. So it was something like this, and then...
yeah, and Karyakin went like this, and then we end up with this position that Gary lost to Anatoly long back with the rook on a5, black played c5, c4, all that kind of stuff. So what Karyakin showed here is simply that if you play inaccurately, you can end up working way more than you need to. But if you have no forced draw, so you'll find draws a dozen with Magnus, and so many people just take this forced draw against Magnus, so you get a bit of that.
No, but as you highlighted yesterday, I think sometimes this position might suit, for example, Sergei Karyakin, even if he's defending it, but some players will be unable to defend it because it doesn't suit they feel miserable,
Yeah.
Some will think, okay, draw, there's nothing in this position, but some will suffer for long hours, and then this will be it.
But this was actually very clever psychologically of Sergei, even though it might have been unintentional. He went for this line, and I think Vidit just thought, okay, he's also waiting to finish a bad tournament just like me. So, if I remember correctly, the legend goes on move 12, Vidit offered him a draw.
Oh, okay.
And the legend continues, Sergei got annoyed that he just assumed that his opponent would offer him a draw with black after just a few moves. So he declined because he thought, well, you can make 4 or 5 more exact moves, and then we'll see.
Just make a draw.
Exactly. And it turned out to be much harder. In fact, Vidit lost this game. So
what was the second game? I should have a look.
Wesley against Magnus in this position. If you start with this position, then you can search for it and you should be able to find it very fast.
Okay, I will just then do it in another way. maybe we will have a look at something
In the
else.
meantime, I'll go off to some other game while you. Oh, this is nice. Radek against Maxim Brodstein from Israel, Wojtaszek from Poland. Clearly White's got this massive front. Big clamp with the knights. Space advantage, and White is now trying to undermine with h5. And Black's setup looks very passive because the normal breaks are c5, but you can't play c5 because it's not defended. You can't play b6 because that one is not defended. And so you can't bring the bishop out to b7. So Black is kind of stuck here. And my feeling is it's better for White, but that's too easy. What went wrong for Black? And White got this clamp.
Did you want to show the position after bishop c3 and
yes.
then yes, this one?
So okay, we'll go back to visit.
Just a second. So we will finish the small course on 4 knights.
Yes.
But then Magnus took on e4.
Yeah, take all this what I said. Okay. Rook b8, rook f8, rook. Yeah, and in fact here he went instead of after rook b3, Magnus went bishop e2. And White does win a pawn after rook b7, but with these double pawns, it's hopeless. And so that is the theoretical draw that you're supposed to know. It's one of these things where if you know the line, you're back home in 2 minutes. If you don't know the line, you can sit there 4 hours defending some slightly worse endgame. So, as a coach, you would warn your seconds to know the line. I mean, your pupils to know this line. Okay, but instead, S.L. Narayanan had a more specific solution, a5. And he did this move, which leads to an interesting position where White is claiming that this pawn, if Black's pawn was on 1 step back on e5, then Black would just be clearly better. But with the pawn on e4, White is claiming that some of the dark squares around offer nice prospects for his pieces. And S.L. Narayanan plays bishop b4. I don't know if he's right. Probably is. But it's easy to play White's position. And Black does not want to play f5 because that makes even more dark square weaknesses. Here, all that. So perhaps his opponent still has some plan to press this. I wouldn't...
Hi. Sorry to interrupt.
Yes, we're so sorry because we have a live audience also in Jerusalem, so sometimes we are facing very unusual situations.
Okay, that was hanging in there. We already finished the...
I just wanted to ask you here, when he played bishop e3, it was actually very important not to exchange the dark square bishops, or maybe he could play, let's say, bishop b6 and exchange it on his terms.
I would say both are bad. Here, my queen has a lovely square on c3. So let's say you make some move like this. And you can see how bad this pawn is on e4, because if it was an e5, Black would be better. Once again, the thing is, these 2 squares would be unavailable for the knight and so on. But here, White's knight can go here, it can go to f4. White can play b3, a4, fixing this pawn forever. There are so many nice plans, and this square on c3 is so lovely. So exchanging would have been inaccurate.
This is what the chess player gets excited about. This square on c3 is so lovely.
I know, it's pathetic.
No, but I understand
I can put
it.
my queen on c3.
I understand this. Now, I wanted to try bishop b6, maybe to repair a bit my
It does improve your pawn structure, but on the other hand, now I have the lovely square again. But I'm also getting my knight to d4. Could be unpleasant for Black. Again, this pawn is just a bit further than where it needs to be, so you don't want to give up your bishops. Bishop b4 is a nice way to do it. You could also say that maybe bishop d6 and control it. But sometimes White is going to argue that if you go bishop d6, White could play knight g3 if he wanted, because bishop takes g3. I would claim that here White is clearly better, because again, sorry to bring it up, the lovely square on c3, and on the light squares, this pawn is Black's own enemy, the one on e4, because it's blocking the bishop on the long diagonal and so on. And there are squares around. The white king could theoretically run around some path like this, because Even so, I would say with the two bishops, black is okay here. So just he should not be exchanging that bishop for either minor piece.
Okay, we will see how the game unfolds. So let's move to another game, because I think that we will not have enough time to have a look at all of them, and then the time trouble will start.
Okay, so Sasi against Rauf Mamedov. It's quite typical these days that people just allow you to take this knight, even at the cost of a double pawn. Black takes his time here. He's willing to go the long way.
To bring the knight
and bring the knight here. And my hunch is black is incredibly solid. The knight is able to sit on f5. And black will just sit and say, well, make a pawn break. Where is your pawn break? It's not b4. Very unlikely. It's not g4. What else you got? It might just be stuck for a plan already. So I don't think this has worked out for white. But we'll see.
Yeah, maybe I can eye the a5 pawn, but you will keep your queen on d8 if I will.
Yes, the other problem is if my knight comes to f5, you will need, and you're eyeing this pawn, you'll need another piece to take the role of this bishop defending this pawn, the d4 pawn. And so because of this pressure, I'm indirectly defending my a5 pawn, because at least one piece which would attack this one would have to come back here. I don't see any real plans for white here. If white had a pair of knights, that can change the balance, but here, nothing much happening.
In this game, black doesn't have any real problems.
That's my understanding of
Okay.
it. But
so let's have a look at maybe the French versus Spain.
okay, so probably a slight advantage for white because of this isolated pawn. But we're down to, even if white wins this pawn and exchanges a few minor pieces, the rook ending might be drawn. So that's the trade-off for white. I would say black is going to get through this, he's going to survive, but imagine that Maxime played h4 here. You have to take a decision. Are you going to allow h5 or what? You might be able to do that.
Rook e6. I don't want to play h5 in this position.
Or rook c5, sorry. And then your idea could be knight to there, and then bring it to f6. And then you kick out the rook. Also, already on this square, it's a second piece defending this pawn, and then black is fine. So h4, rook c5 to keep an eye on this pawn, or rook e6, both probably work, and I rotate my knight around.
So Jaime is doing a good job for the moment. Yeah. It's not an easy task to play Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with black pieces, and here.
But we were talking about how Maxime has his favorite lines and he sticks to them. Here, in fact, he is playing the white side of d4. So you can see that he also tries to...
He's experimenting
outside. And last couple of years he's been playing a lot of the English opening. So he is varying his repertoire.
Okay, Jules Moussa against David Anton Guijarro. What do we have here? Guijarro, yes, thank you so much. Yes. That's the only language.
I have to lord it over you on that one.
You have to.
So, okay.
Like, there's too many arrows to my taste. Like, it's not the same position.
I didn't put them. The computer just generates it by itself because it knows you get annoyed. So, okay. This is, what is the word? Tatakova,
Makagonov-Bondarevsky. Okay,
I'm glad nobody else played it. But bishop e2, c6, castles, knight d7. One of the reasons they play knight a6 and then try to rotate it around like this is to stop this e4 plan. He went knight d7, h3, bishop e7, and then Anton lunged with this.
Actually, knight a6 was one of my favorite plans in this position. I played it a few times, so I liked it very much.
Yeah.
So I think it shouldn't be forgotten. It's one of the classical plans, of course. So Knight h7.
I don't like this thing. I don't see why.
Why he allowed?
Well, maybe he didn't like this because suddenly f7 is looking very soft. If you do this, I could do this and argue that f7 is getting weak and so on.
Then I still have
But
queen d5.
why did he go bishop e7? He could hang out a bit more. He could play knight f8, g6, and you get the same result. And I'll remove the arrows for you. And you get to the c6 square. And the aim should just be to restrain e4 all the time.
So what is
the thing is, there is a trap. If you go rook e1, and I don't know, you make some random move like this, then it's a trap which you go e4, d takes e4, and then you play bishop c4, and you get it. But it's easy to stop these things.
So what is the position?
My feeling is white should be slightly better.
What was the last move? Why bishop f5? Just a second, I wanted to ask you, because bishop b1 doesn't make any sense here. I'm always looking for very primitive threats. Because of course you will have knight f8 to defend
I think
yourself.
black is just going to go g6.
g6 anyway.
So he might go rook c8, queen d3, g6.
And then g6, okay.
And then put a king on g7 or something. And, it's not easy for white to remove his knight and play f4.
Why not? Knight g2? C5,
or h2 even, yeah.
Okay, h2 even better. Of course, I was looking at knight g2, f4, f5, so because the pawn is protected.
Okay, so I go c5, you go f4.
Yes, you can just take it. And I will leave it there. I will play knight f3 back.
And if I do this, you just go f5. Yeah. Yes. So bishop b1, what does he want to do instead? c5, start with this. Queen d3, g6. Unless he wants to go back to f8.
Yes, maybe knight f8 was his original.
I mean, I like knight h2 because it might come in handy, God knows when. But g6 and then knight h2, cd4, f4, and then knight c5. Here, of course, because he didn't lose time with rook c8, he's one tempo faster with the.
But even here, you can play knight e4 in the next move, of course. So this doesn't really work.
Like putting band-aid on a problem, but it holds.
Okay, so let's move to another game. Laurent Frissonnet scored 2 important victories yesterday, and really he was very curious about your opinion on his yesterday's game. So I hope that we'll have a chance to analyze it in between the rounds, just how important it is. Well, Vishy, you're not playing in this event, but you're India's top player. So some of my friends are really looking forward to our commentary. And of course, like all of them are asking me, but why he's not playing?
So that I can commentate. No, but I'm playing less of these official competitions. Generally, I'm not playing Olympiads anymore. I'm not playing the World Championship cycle anymore. So a little rebalancing. I still try to get ready for some rapid events, rapid and blitz events like the Grand Chess Tour has, and I played in Leon. So a few tournaments, but I don't play around the year.
Not so many official events then.
Yes, I play a few of these big events. I mean, I could have played this one, but then I would have to set some time to prepare and all that. And right now, it seemed just preferable to have a break from chess, so that's why I'm not playing.
And the other question that I'm very often asked nowadays is that, like, when they're watching the comments, sometimes they don't even understand chess, but they like it so much, so they put it like, let's say Chopin's Nocturne, and they're listening to it in the background. But they ask me, do you enjoy commentary? Is it less stressful? How do you compare it to the life of a chess professional?
I definitely enjoy commentary. I enjoy being at chess tournaments, and if I don't have to play, then there's less pressure on you during the day. So you don't have to prepare, you don't have to get ready and all that. It's nice for me to combine. I enjoyed being at the World Championship last year, because the first World Championship I was at without feeling any pressure. I was sleeping well, very nice things.
It's the first World Championship you were not playing.
Yes. Quite some time. I played 5 of them. So 5 matches. Before that, I played other events, and it's It's nice. I don't think I want to play every tournament around the year like I used to, but I think I've found a good balance. As for commentary, once in a while it is very entertaining, and also it's nice as a fan. I'm a chess fan as well, so I enjoy being able to watch this many games while I'm commentating them.
Yes, I can see this. You're jumping from.
I can sack all their pieces.
Of course,
no
exactly. So I think that these are the responsibility is not the same.
Yes.
Okay, now we cleared it out. Okay, let's have a look at the game between Laurent Fresnay and Alexei Shirov.
Has he equalized? Probably. I don't know if E6
was this
clever.
the Grunfeld or
yes,
not?
It was.
Because it looks like, but okay, it was
line.
one
so
of the main.
we can say it says bishop e3 line, rook c1. Yeah, bishop e3. So this is very funny. People used to play king d2 under certain circumstances, but then if we do the same thing, the king can be an advantage in the endgame if the rooks get traded, but till they get traded, the pieces could look at the king. However, if white goes back to e1, he can no longer castle. Whereas after bishop d2, castles, knight f3, bishop g4, bishop e3, knight c6. Let's say you did something else and I develop. I can still castle. And that is one important reason why bishop d2 is better than king d2.
I analyzed this line a little bit recently. I think that one of the main lines starts with, that's I wanted to ask you, with rook b1, a6, and then rook c1.
Yes.
And what is the why Laurent went for rook c1?
After rook b1, a6, there are advantages and disadvantages. The main advantage for white is the b6.
Yes,
it's soft. Sometimes, what we'll see in the game as well, here if black had gone somewhere else, then white would be able to play bishop b6 there, taking away the d8 square potentially, these kinds of details. It's a million details. I can't throw them out here.
Of course.
But there are a million details like this, and rook b1, rook c1 is a very serious main line at some point. A very serious line at one point.
So why did he go for rook c1? Well, is there a forced line which makes a draw?
That specific I can't be, because I'm also not much of a Grunfeld player, so I don't follow it quite as closely. But I looked it up at Rome, I figured it out fairly quickly.
I don't play it for both colors, but I was lucky to commentate the ladies candidates tournament, just like it finished a few weeks before. So there were a few interesting games. So I tried to understand this position. It's a very interesting one, of course. And so, but here there were a lot of simplifications.
Yes. So f5. This smells like theory. So simply, I won't pretend that. And so Alexei went rook f7 at the end of this long thing. Rook takes b7, e6. So, is this equal? If you take
and rook b1.
Rook b1, I would have to take. Rook b7, check, king g6, rook a5. But now I activate my rook, maybe rook c8. I play d4, rook c2, or rook c4, and I don't think your a pawn is going to be that dangerous.
May I take with the bishop on a7 and keep my so then I can play e4, a5 immediately and keep my rook on b7? Does it make any difference here?
Yes, let me try. d4.
Okay, now can I play king e2?
Yes. And I will now play rook c8.
Yes, I expected you to do so. And then, okay, can I push here, a4?
Yeah, well then I'm giving you a check.
King d3?
Then I'll give you a check again.
King d2?
Bishop h6 check.
Yes, but I wanted you to fall in.
Yeah.
No, I wanted you to fall into my trap. Just you make a random move, and then I will take on g7. That was the idea between king d3, rook f2.
Yes, okay. Rook f2, rook g7.
Also, the cheap trick.
Nice.
Of course.
It's a minefield on this chair. I can't just commentate. I have to watch my back. Okay. I think the problem is simply getting the counterplay fast enough, right? Mm-hmm. So, Laurent has played Rook F7, and this is the current position. I just refresh everybody. King F7 has happened, and looks equalish.
There is no way for me to win this pawn in another way, so can I take on E6 and then play something like Rook B1?
Definitely. Let me make a useful move, Bishop E5. I'll attack H2 on the way.
So
you could go to B7 anyway. Yeah.
Maybe it's unpleasant a little bit, so you have to be very precise.
Pawn, right? Yeah. Again, it's very clever preparation. If you find these lines where at the end of it, your opponent is defending some unpleasant ending, which if he knows well, it's a draw, but if he doesn't, it's still defending. And usually, you don't even have to refute the opening. If you have lines like this, your opponents will avoid it themselves, because who wants to play this miserable ending, no? So, Rook B1 looks like a strong candidate for the move to be played.
Okay, but we will keep a close eye like on this one, and let's move to the match maybe between the United States, and they are pitted against.
There was one more. There was
UFA
against.
Yes. Okay, we still have the fourth board here. The French team has a small problem. Like their first three boards are performing quite all right, but the fourth and the fifth board, they both lost their games. So like Tigran and Maxime, they lost against. So,
Tigran and Daniel.
No, Maxime. I mean Maxime Lagarde.
The
French.
The other Maxime.
Yes, the other Maxime. Yes. So they were, not feeling so well, hesitating. They were trying to
quick
play.
Update.
Yes.
This is Vasily, and they've already
drawn. So it's
drawn.
a draw, of course.
So Vasily called his bluff. Kirill Shevchenko has already made a draw as well. Okay.
If the match ends up in a draw like 2-2, both teams secure their qualification, or they still have to win?
That could be an incentive but we can see all of them getting up.
Yes, they don't take any risks.
Let's see how the other teams. Oh, I would, in Volokitin's position, I would play this a bit more. This is a risk-free attempt to press. This knight could come to F5, or the pawn could come to F5 and the knight go to E4. Black has solved everything on the queen side. What's not to like, right? Okay.
And what is the fourth?
Fourth one is Igor Kovalenko. I suspect this is just going to be a draw. Nothing really happening here.
So maybe only Andrei Volokitin has some practical chances, to win the game. Now, the story when I wanted to tell you, so how chess players, they motivate themselves. I don't know, obviously, like how is it going in the other teams, but I spoke with the French team today, so they were trying, so Maxime Lagarde was trying to beat Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in ping pong, so to have a boost of confidence, But now that I see that he's not playing today, let's see, maybe he will play in the second, like in the fourth round of second game. So this is...
what exactly is
Can
going
you
on?
claim an advantage here? Okay.
What does he want from this position? Even Queen E7, allowing Queen B2, it can't be Rook D1, that's 2. Or maybe it is, but then I get in my B4, right?
No, I wanted to play Rook E7 and to go from behind, but then you simply take on D4. Yes, of course.
I'm not going to lose this, Okay, so what was the conclusion? MVL... Oh, that's a nice regrouping by MVL. And we see that Black has also achieved his plan of, I'll try to get rid of some arrows. So you see the board again. His knight has come over here. And what White's claiming is that his E4 pawn is weak enough that he's going to keep pressing. I think black can try to get in knight g4 now, just to take the bishop.
Yes. But knight g4, if I play bishop d4, can you play e3 then maybe, yes? Do you have this tactical motive? So if you play knight g4, bishop d4, e3. Because I don't want to give the bishop away, and then can this work? And then bishop g3 if you take on e3. What do you think about this one?
Well, you can't take because I have rook g1 or king f3. So
No, actually, it was on bishop. If bishop takes, I wanted to take bishop d3, but f takes.
the other alternative is to play knight f1 and recapture with the knight. But then maybe some bishop d6 trick works somewhere. So yeah, bishop d4 looks good. How would black continue? Maybe he would go knight e5, jumping around a bit.
Yeah, that's a much better alternative, of course.
Maxim has done well. He's managed to keep a serious edge. The problem is black's position is so solid that it needs considerable effort. I don't even know that e4 check was needed, because this pawn on e5 is blocking key squares, and if black is simply willing to wait this out,
Yes,
who's
but
to say it's bad? But
on the other hand, you have this clear plan. Maybe if you play knight e4, knight g4, knight e5, then you're not waiting.
we have a move coming. Rook a4. After knight g4, he's gone rook a4. What were we missing with bishop e3? Was there something we were missing? Maybe it's some trick like bishop e5.
And why is it a trick? Like if you say, so then you're simply
And if I do this and I go bishop c3, you'll have to keep supporting this pawn, so you'll have to go sideways. Whereupon...
But
the bishop is dead, I think so, excuse me. So you would have to go here or something.
You know, my blunders are
and then
contagious.
I take, and then I just...
take on c4.
Take on c4 and we'll liquidate it down. Okay, so that he's gone instead rook a4. Here we are. I could take this, you take, but now I don't have this move with the tempo, bishop d6. Because white would take this pawn and stay a pawn up.
Okay, so, well, for the moment it's quite a close match. We will have
But
to...
France is pressing on more boards. Anton is, I think, still better against Jules.
Yes.
So maybe very slight advantage for... in fact, Laurent didn't do that. He went for this one. Maybe there's something obvious we're missing after d6 and rook b1.
Well, I'm not sure what I wanted to say, that in just in the previous game, before we moved to another match, in the game between here, what we should underline, I think that he made a very interesting positional decision to give up his both bishops. And so he has two very powerful knights here and a very strong center, and he launched an attack. So it's not very often that you would see this, you know. So I wanted to draw
That's
your
a good
attention.
Point. The key factor here is black's bishops aren't doing much long range. If we remove this pawn and this pawn, or remove some pawns, then you'd see the power of the bishops. But right now, the pawns themselves are hemming in our view of where the black bishops can roam free. And the knights are coming to good squares, and if he can push these pawns, the f and e pawns further, he's got a clear plan.
And this is like a very interesting positional decision, which is justified, of course, here.
I think it is. I evaluate this as better for white, but I could be wrong, so we'll see.
Okay, we'll see.
Okay, and we haven't come to South Africa versus Holland. This is Van Forest against Kenny Solomon. So he's gone h5.
I like white's position very much. Even though this position is very unbalanced, but you have this powerful center.
Yes.
And what is Jordan's compensation for this
Let's say I go
powerful
rook
center?
e1 to attack this pawn. What are you going to do?
And why am I the one who has to defend this position with black?
Because you said you liked white's position. So.
I don't know, like I should do something. Maybe I should go all in. I should break the center and play f5.
Well, this looks very similar.
What is the position? What is this?
It was just where it was a few moves ago. So this was where it was a few moves ago. Here we go again. And then we're now in this position. And I am threatening rook ac1, but he's gone rook ac1. Sorry, not rook ac1. It's a common problem in chess, the question of which rook. I played rook e c1 because rook on the thing could go to a7 potentially. Yes. But the argument could just be as well be made that the rook on e1 is already defending the pawn on e4. That could come in handy. So he's gone rook c8. He's taken the pressure off the d5 square. So can I use that?
Actually, I think that maybe another point is like subconsciously wanted to play rook ec1 is also that when you take on c4,
I have rook a4.
You have, yes. So, and also black doesn't have knight d5 because you can take and then with the rook on d8, rook e1, and then you don't protect on c4 anymore. So there are a lot of tactical motifs here. But then what you wanted to take on g4 and play e5.
Well,
is it possible?
My idea here would have been something like this and rook a4. The problem is then there is this move bishop e2 and black is thing. Or I could take this and go rook a4. And I didn't like the fact that there is some queen f4 or something.
But queen e5?
Queen e5, and then I have to take it with this rook.
Okay.
And that seems to be holding for the moment.
But can I take a more positional route? Now that you played rook d8, can I take on g4 with the rook on, so we have the rook ac1, knight g4 and e5. That was my idea.
Yes, the problem
what do you have here? Queen c5.
Well, I think it's forced. Because if you play e6, then it's getting very bad. But after queen c5, black is probably just okay.
Okay, so yes, I cannot take on g4, then you will play queen d5, of course.
Well, let's see it. I take, and now you don't have the e6 below, so you're kind of slowing down a bit here.
Okay, so is there any tactical idea in the position? Yes, queen c5, you force the trade of queens if I don't want to lose both pawns. Okay, let's have a look.
So that was, queen c5. What has happened? Have they actually played that? Lucas van Forest has already won. So that gives Holland the lead, the Netherlands the lead. And here, well, let's see. We argued that queen c5 is okay for black. And if he plays that, that's in business. Shall we quickly scan the remaining two things? Max Walmerdam has probably a nice position. But what happens after queen takes d4?
I will simply check if we don't have any more decisive games.
Oh, it's white's move. It's white's game move. That explains a lot.
Here, if there's something that should.
Yes, in fact, Jordan and Kenny have reached this position with.
So that's the actual position on the board. So queen g4.
Let's have another look. I am now wondering what happens after rook cd1. So I'm threatening hopefully some e6 stuff.
So queen b5, you want to play e6.
After queen b5, I don't know if I want to play e6 or I want to play. I can pin you and do that, or I can go e6. But then queen f5.
Yes.
It might still be just pleasant for white. Takes, Rook e8, rook no, it's winning for white, excuse me, rook d6.
But can you take with the king then? Here?
And I just put it somewhere, g3,
Okay.
h4, something, and claim that it's still unpleasant. The bishop is a long way away from doing any damage, but maybe that's just a solution.
Yeah, I understand this. Of course, black king is very exposed, so and especially that. But and also Jordan doesn't like to defend. You know, he loves to be on the attacking side. So he would love to have this position with white after queen h4, king f7. So
okay, there's actually something quite interesting. He's gone queen d5, rook c d1, queen e6. And I must say that I was looking at queen e4 to attack b7. Kenny has done queen f3. I think black should just go for it. If he puts the pawn on c2, that solves a lot of problems. Rook d6 doesn't work because I think black will win now. So queen f3, if c3, queen takes, can I go c2, rook c1, but I will now come out and win the pawn somehow. Alternately, if I don't want to play c3, what can I do instead? I could play rook c5.
But then you will look... No, but...
Now you could take this because everything is kind of slightly worse placed.
Rook c5, you do not threaten rook e5. I can take... Maybe I can start with queen b7. The knight is hanging on b6.
Yes,
so then maybe simply rook c7.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe since we are not having any threat. No, I could take on b5,
On b5?
or then you go rook d6. That should work now.
Yes, the safe thing. Maybe simply rook c7 or rook e7. But then you have rook d6.
Yes.
Okay, so no, this doesn't work. We have to be precise.
Yeah, so queen f3, you either go all in with c3, or you could play rook d8.
Okay.
Something, but I think it's clear that it is a bit unpleasant for black, but we'd have to really tuck into the tactics. But Netherlands is now leading 2-0, so they're dominating this match. Wait, 1 second. Could I have gone knight d7? And simply, is the match under control here?
Yes, but maybe... Yeah, okay, because your passer compensates mine. Of course, if I play queen b7, you simply take.
And the big trick is that I have knight takes e5 counterattacking your queen.
But if I play queen b7 first, how do you...
I would... if I take it, you're actually going to play f4.
Yes.
Wow. It should never work, but maybe it does. Okay, I would have to play knight c5, and then you go queen f3. And it's still up to black to prove that he has enough compensation. So he's gone c3. Okay, that was our first impulse.
But this fits Jordan's style. You know, he's a player who always seeks for initiative, and so he...
Here, it's nice to say that it's for the initiative, but I think he's just putting the pawn far enough so that he distracts enough of white pieces to equalize. I don't think Jordan's playing for the advantage here.
Oh no, and he plays rook c1 almost immediately.
Yeah.
So could it be just a psychological battle, you know, that...
that is a strange move, because now if I play, I could go knight a4 or knight d5. Is white really happy with this? What did he accomplish by giving up this knight d5 so easily? Because now if you do this, I just continue with rook c5, and now my pieces defend each other nicely.
No, I don't want to do this.
Yeah.
I want to play now queen e4 and bishop c4 and try something here, but it's too slow. We could have done this a few moves earlier.
I mean, I could go rook c5,
bishop c4.
bishop c4. And it's true that my next move was rook e c8, but you just go bishop a2, and then we see what the hell happens. How are the times? 52 seconds against 18 minutes for Jordan. So there's
this
a big
explains
gap.
a lot.
This explains a lot of
course,
Kenny's
yes.
moves. He's just playing fast. I think with just so many seconds, you need to. He's gone rook e4, not queen e4. Oh, this is interesting stuff. But I think queen e4 is a mistake because it's taken away the attention from d5 for 1 second. So now I can play queen f5.
Yeah, it's a pity because I think that White had quite an advantage in this game, and unfortunately,
and played well, but it took a lot of time to get there.
Yes.
Now I think queen f5
pressure, it's not
should
easy.
put black out of any danger.
Then I'll play rook c4, maybe.
Yeah, and then I'm only claiming that it's a draw. Or I may start claiming that knight b6 is something, but this is a draw, and there's nothing else happening.
Okay, so what games do we have left? I think we haven't covered the match.
We have lost Azerbaijan, India. I think it's high time to check back. Because this has gotten very interesting.
But we haven't looked at Uzbekistan versus United States, so let's have just a quick glance, and then, of course, because...
But come on, this is so interesting.
Time trouble is everywhere.
Okay, Shaq and... Sasi and Rauf taken the draw already.
My job is to question your authority. I'll have to fight back. Okay, so we have a draw, of course, between Rauf Mamedov and Krishnan Sashikiryan. So what else?
Okay, you want to look at...
Yes, because we...
Okay, so this is very interesting. White is a piece up, and black is threatening f4. In fact, this looks identical to the other piece sack. So...
Okay, how did he sacrifice? Was it a forced opening line that...
it could be. Let's have a look. He took...
I just wanted to have...
so they got this position. I'll quickly run you through the moves. Bishop e3, standard stuff. Rook a2, d5, rook d2, takes. And knight d5, okay. Knight takes d5, e takes d5. Rook f6, c4. Knight f4, g3. And...
yes, he was forced to sacrifice.
in exchange.
Yes.
As they famously explained to me, I didn't miss the train, I chased it away. So, looks like pretty decent composition. But black has started to advance his pawns. The thing is, here, if I play c6, I could claim that it's a fortress. There's no real way in. But once you start pushing your guys, then if white gets knight e3 and so on, black may have real issues. I think this pawn is weak, so I don't know how he's going to throw more wood on the flames. Maybe queen g4 is a good way here.
Yes, I wanted to try...
no, you have knight e3, and I don't have rook takes g3.
But can you try h5, h4? Even though, of course, it's
yeah, but then I thought queen... no, queen e5, you have rook d5.
Yeah, rook d5. Maybe queen f4.
But also, excuse me, h5, I could go knight e3 and claim that I'm taking on f5.
After h4?
Then I can go queen e5.
Yes, and you neutralized my, if I can call this initiative, a few aggressive moves, and then this is it, of course. No, it didn't yield black anything. So how can he continue here? This is the game between Nodirbek Yakuboyev and Hans Niemann.
That's why I'm a bit nervous about this e4, f5. Black was doing quite well without it. Okay, he's gone queen e6, which is probably much more sensible.
He wants to play g6, yes, simply to protect the pawn.
And to be honest, he has stopped queen e5, so that's the other thing. And if I go knight e3, how is he going to play? Rook f8, maybe.
Yes, you can play g6 here, but rook f8, can I regroup? Then can I play something like queen a1 and then queen f1?
Yes, I mean, we could do all sorts of things with this weakness. You could play rook f4. I could even try b5 just to open every front and see if something pops up.
So is white better here?
I like white now. Based on no evidence other than I like white now. So my hunch is
Do we have
after
the
93
evidence
it's just pleasant.
to support your hypothesis, yes? Okay, so 8 minutes.
He has got 93. So what's he going to play? Yeah, it has to be rook f8.
Okay, let's move on. Rook f8 was played. I think we will have...
Not yet.
Not yet?
I think on the board it has been played. You're right, okay. And even here. Yes, he's gone rook f8. And my vote was for b5. Okay. Bruson, he's done well on this side. He's got this knight coming over, but this knight is a bit out of the game. I don't know. Black also has a good square here. What else could he do? Could he take the exchange? Rook e5 has happened. Could I now go bishop f4, and cash the exchange in?
So you suggest that the black should leave the rook on e5?
I don't see how, if he does this, I have this knight takes c5. And I don't see any clever way to get around this. So it seems that, no, that's not what I meant to do. But
you have to give up
the exchange.
The exchange and
but then it's not really enough compensation. So what is the move for bishop f4?
But why not? Then knight d4? I can start with knight d4.
Okay, let me take. And queen e3, then bring the knight here maybe. I mean, play slowly, and one day when things open up, you'll be an exchange up. Clearly black is very, very solid, but with this, everything blocked. But also rotate this knight, knight d3. So, all right.
Then what do we have?
Vokidov is an exchange up, but that rook is trapped on the top of a mountain.
And you always have to be careful because black, has two knights,
Yes, I mean, black could do this already, and because of the threat on knight e4, I have to take.
Yes, nice.
And then you have to come back with the rook. Is this... I could play rook f6, and then I have enough time to get my knight to the square.
Maybe black is even better here. I'm a bit optimistic.
Far, but yes.
I mean, if you manage to play knight f6, knight e4, and do not trade rooks. Yes, that was my...
But I think I will almost always force the trade just to get it over with.
But even then I will have knight f6, knight e4, I'll bring my king to f5, play g4 and something...
Yes. The only thing with when you have two knights and I have a bishop over here is if I can open the queen side, either c4 or rook a1, a4 somewhere, then my rook will run amok over there. And even if you push everything over here, it might not be enough. But we don't need general impressions at this stage.
Okay, so let's have
quickly
a look at the
see
last
Quesada Perez against Vokidov.
That's very strange because my first impression would be like bishop b5 Sicilian versus Lima, but this is not it.
So what happened here? He went rook f2 because if he took, then black could take here maybe. Maybe he didn't like that.
Is this a draw?
That would be my claim because I do this and then you could go king f1, I don't know.
But king f1, rook f8, then bishop f2, queen h3, and king e1. Yes, this you are running away.
Yeah.
And you will find a shelter on the queen side easily here.
I wouldn't play this really. But anyway. So he went rook f2, claiming that his dark squares are good enough. What could we do here? Could we play a4? Or are you going to interpolate this? Because if you go here, then I could do this. No, e5 I was hoping, but I have bishop e5. No, I don't.
No, we have
you
to
have
calculate.
rook takes e5, sorry, not this move. You have rook takes e5, and if d5, queen c5, pinning the rook. So you can't take on f5, yeah. So that's his plan. I don't know if I could throw this in.
And you have Ivan Sokolov, he is watching the match closely. This is a very difficult role.
Hakobian has done something.
Yes,
Did he play knight c5 or he just shadoob the piece? I don't know.
The players, they feel even, that he's behind.
Yes, well,
us.
they are tense. I mean, they're both under 10 minutes now, and so what has he done?
Players are fully concentrated.
He is... Okay, so your theory, we're going to test. Knight e4, but this is a pity.
No, but this is a different position. But he played g3 immediately. What a clever move. He didn't start with rook h3, he played g3 immediately. I like this move.
But why did Hakobian trade the rooks? Because after bishop e1, I think white is better. I'll play b3, a4, c4. All the rook has to do is to start. And what's the best black can hope for is some sort of blockade on the king side.
No. Here, of course, white is
I think just white
much
is clearly better.
This is a very different scenario.
Yes.
And
Nihal has drawn with Timur.
So we have 2 draws in this match, but let's have a look at the first game now, because it seems that.
Oh yes, this is exciting as well.
Yes, that.
But Vidit has won. Vidit has just won.
She just won.
I mean, this is winning rather.
Let's have a look. Queen h5. What is happening?
What happened? This was chaos, and we missed all of it. So
let's have a look. White
has planned everything around clamping down. G4, F6, H4, F5. Fascinating game. Did White need this H4, or should he have just kept developing?
It's very interesting because Black's pieces, of course, are on the queen side. So Shahryar decided to launch an attack, but does he have enough pieces here? Maybe he should have brought like a rook, thrown a few pieces into the attack as well.
As they used to say, I had a winning position, but I ran out of pieces. So I think that's what's going to be happening.
That resumes it all, yes.
So,
if only I would have an extra knight. Yes.
I need one more piece to give me
exactly.
I got it.
But this is like, how do you call it? Backhouse chess, yes? Like,
Yeah, well, kamikaze chess. Knight e7. At this stage, it still looks like white is better, but it then gets bad very fast.
But here he didn't, he couldn't go queen d6 because of knight c4, so he had to go queen b5, yes. That was the point. Maybe he overestimated his position. What do you think?
No, I think he evaluated correctly, but something went wrong here. He went rook f1, Vidit has come here. Bishop f3, knight e d5. And what the hell is this? My God. Well, he's trying to clear everything by getting to g7, but wouldn't rook g3 have been a good place to go? Or is c5 the problem there?
And why is that such an issue? If I play bishop b5?
e5?
Yes. Just want to keep a few pieces alive and...
Yeah, if I go here, then you go rook g1,
rook g1.
And knight f6, bishop f3, or rook g6, yes. Rook g3, defense e3 threatens to double. What could I have done?
So if I start with queen c6, do you play rook g1 anyway?
Yes.
And now knight f6. Can I hold
And then
this
I
position?
just do this.
And bishop f3. But knight e4 is it's a very strange looking move here. So what happened after f takes e4? He wanted to play
in fact, he has already resigned. Shakhriyar has just resigned, so...
We did one, and
so excellent,
India leads.
India leads for us. And have we drawn... So now... And SL is probably just much better here, if at all. Because he has broken through with e3.
But what a strange looking match from from the outside perspective. I'm not talking about the games, because both games were drawn by Azeri players with black, and we just won with black as well. And here we have the last game where black is pressing once again.
Yes, but the white pieces are like the serve in tennis. The game is not over. It's crazy that I think Shakhriyar felt very good about his position. He felt he was moving with the kill, but he didn't see exactly how, and Vidit was very tenacious.
He was probably short on time.
I won't have the time to get very deep into this, but there are so many ideas that White could have used. So bishop e5. Maybe he could have taken on b6, but already I think he was only thinking in terms of mate. Because I could take on b6, queen takes a4, and I'm better.
Okay. Yes, but here psychologically it's very difficult to give up this bishop.
I know,
this
you
is the only piece.
On G7,
this is the
right?
only piece, of course.
So you need to get your pieces out there. Black runs and defends. Whereupon White does this, he takes. Perhaps knight f3 back was already very strong. Just to go there and then move the bishop or something. I don't know. It's hard to tell very fast what was happening, so we'll probably move on. I like rook g3. Maybe it's not a bad way, but he went knight e4.
But then what happened?
He clearly seems to have thought he's winning here because of bishop takes g7, and he just missed knight f4, which is winning on the spot. So, and it's not even a draw because black goes to e8 and says...
Yes, and queen h5, of course you don't have the checks. So. But can you play, rook f5, but then the queen is protected.
Yes. So he just blundered knight into f4, and knight e4 is just way too much under the circumstances. So I would have to say rook f3, rook g3, sorry. And there's a lot of excitement here.
Okay, let's try.
Kenny lost to Van Forest. So probably just the time thing. And the Netherlands has actually won 4-0. So that wasn't even close. And Maxime beat Jaime.
And how are the other games?
And he just won the pawn, after which the match ended close enough. Oh, this is a nice finish. G5, and it's just mate over there, so that was it.
Okay, so how are the other games? So
France
is
leading. Let's see the remaining games. This is going to be a draw, Garamian. And so... this one is still... So the match will still depend on this one, but clearly Jules is doing quite well now because he can put enough pieces to attack G2. And I don't know if White's winning this.
So rook f2, how would you continue here? And Jules has only 17 seconds
There's
left.
an interesting threat in the position. Do you see it?
What is... White is to move. Okay, let's...
Yeah, black is just played, but what is black threatening?
I have to find it. You've seen it already.
Cheapo,
yes, but it's it reminds me of our training with Levon Renan. Like our trainer was put in a position, and like 15 seconds later, Levon was like I wanted to strangle him. So okay, show me the cheapo.
Queen takes h3 check is what he wants to do.
Because
of the pin. So rook f2 now introduces that threat. King g1, rook a2. This I don't know, because after d4 I have e6. Maybe he missed that. King G1 was correct because the only way to... In fact, white may still be better because he has compensation, though. Very hard to evaluate this position. Super knight, pawn coming to e6, but black's rooks are all over the place. Maybe this is winning for...
And e6 is now a huge
e6 is a threat,
of
and then knight
course.
f7
So
check. And
queen e7 was played. Okay, maybe let's follow this game because
Yes.
players are down to
There's
their
no-
last
He can
seconds.
go queen e7, but e6 should be clinching.
And you threaten knight f7, and there is nothing I can. Bishop.
He's actually gone knight f5.
Bishop.
I don't know the value why e6 was not working, but okay. You got to respect
Maybe
the
this
moves.
is enough. You have to sacrifice, I think. Yes. Rook f5. There is nothing else.
Yeah,
you can
so
do.
he's gone here, and
How about you have bishop d7 and e6 here?
yes,
Okay, so this is convincing.
d4 has happened, e6 has happened. Okay. He's gone king g8. I'm guessing rook f1 is going to settle this, or
Yes, just don't take on d4. Of course, you might be tempted,
Yeah.
but well,
he's gone rook
Object
c1,
was
which is
to
another
attack.
way to attack the bishop and try to go to c8. Rook c1. In which case, this will slip away from France again. Rook c1, he's gone bishop e8.
but now you can take on d4.
Yes. Which he
Again, of
proceeds
course,
to
and
do,
here goes.
and it's over.
Okay. So what else do we?
Oh, wait a
have?
minute. He's actually playing rook e2 and attacking this pawn. So maybe just
Maybe
one more little
I can play
detail.
rook e4. Huh?
Yes, but then
you
it's
don't think
harder for
that
you to
that's enough?
progress. I don't know if I can play b5, a3 or something, or rook c8 is just too strong. Yeah. No, it's lost. I can't really amble away. Maybe a3. And then rook c8. And if I play a2, just rook a8. Is that... Let's just see where this goes. A2. What do you play?
What trick do you have in your head? Tell me. Look.
Well, this has happened.
Yes, rook a8.
A3, rook c8. So this has
So
happened
rook
at least.
a8.
I mean, when everything else loses, you might as well go for it, right? So rook c8 has happened.
But rook a8 then
And
after
a2, rook a8. And then I wanted to play queen c5 check and hope for the best. Where do you go? King h1.
king h1.
Then I have queen c1 check,
So king h2 and you will play queen c7.
queen c7 check. And now you have this extra move g3 because I don't have queen c2 check. Whereas in the earlier position,
He played king f8.
he went b5. Wow, that was too cool. I assumed that just wouldn't work.
And you have the French captain following the games closely.
Queen c6, king f8 again. What's he going to do now?
I will
Queen
take on
b5, but
b5.
queen e6.
Okay.
And he spoiled it.
Yes, but is this a draw? Then can I play queen c5?
You can, but my point is it might be a draw. And that's already unacceptable given where you started from. Even rook versus bishop might not, I mean, there might be a fortress, I don't know, but it seems very risky. He's gone queen c5 check, or what has he done? Queen b4 check.
Then the
Okay,
rook is
I
not
go king
protected. It's
g8.
king g8. Okay, what do you do? And rook a8.
I don't know, king g8 or king f7, but let's say king g8. Then where do you go?
I'll have to go rook a8.
Yes. And I'm going to hang in there a bit longer, a2.
Okay, how am I going to win queen a3? I need to keep my queen on the dark squares in order to play queen g3.
Queen b8 is maybe a good move here.
But we're not making moves under pressure.
That is true.
Rook A8 is a very natural move.
Wait a minute, what about Queen E3 check? Do you have a draw? Yes, gone Queen E3 check. Okay, so we'll find out. And let's add that Almira and me are having fun here, but these poor guys have 10 seconds each, so they must be... Yeah, Queen E5 check.
Where do you go? You have Queen A1.
Yeah, it's
of
enough.
course.
King H1, Queen A1, thank you very much. So we can come out. King H2, Queen E5 check.
And if Jules saves this game, so France will win the match.
Yes.
They have to take risks.
So Queen E3 check. So we can do this ourselves. King F1. I don't know if I want to go Queen C1 check or what. Queen C1 check is a good place to start.
But Queen C1, Queen E1. Can I trick you in this
that's
way?
true. Yes,
So
yes.
No, you can't.
So I would have to go Queen D3 and just hang in there.
But he went for King H2. He doesn't see a way how to escape the perpetual. Has to go for King F2 now.
Yes.
What is the score? They drew 3 games, yes, so or not yet. Okay.
Okay, I think now White can escape with King G3, Queen C7 check, Queen F4. But again, I go back to E7. He still have to attack the A3 pawn, so we are looping.
And he goes King.
He goes up
E3.
the board. Okay, King E3, and there is no checks. But now I can play Queen C6 and take on G2 maybe.
So you mean you attack the rook on A8?
Well, rather I'll go Queen C1 check here, and you'll go Queen D2.
Yes, we have to show it on the board, of course, because...
That's true. Queen C1 check, he's not done that, so it's not...
So you instead of Queen C6, Rook A3, Queen G2, you
Can I go
have another
Can I go A2?
Okay, Rook E8 check, and where do you go? Queen...
I'm trying to claim that I don't have... but maybe Queen A3 and Black doesn't have a check as well. And now you're threatening Rook A8. Oh boy. So he's gone Queen C1 check. Now White can just improve his queen like this.
Queen D2 maybe.
Yes, and it is probably Queen C5 check. And then he'll go Queen D4, improving his queen even more.
Okay, but now we'll go for Queen C6. And I will take on G2.
Wait a minute.
Okay, Queen E4.
But you take...
I cannot check here. Here, it's not enough.
You're pinned, but I go King F7.
Okay. Make a move. 4 seconds.
Yeah, his Queen C1 check, Queen D2. Queen C5 check is on the board. Queen D4, and here we are.
Can I go for Queen G5 check? Okay.
And he has gone Queen C6. So now the question is, are you just going to go Queen E4? But I don't see anything else. Or Queen D8, that is possible. But again, Queen E3 check, and you need to come back. I think he has to go Queen E4. He has gone Queen E4.
Okay, so you take and King F7, and you play King F7. But then the thing is that I will not take on, I will play something different. I will not take on S3, I will not allow the check on C6. What else can we do here?
Then you go Rook A7 check and King F3, and then you protect everything. Yeah, Rook A7 check. King F6 and King F3 should clinch. Or King E3, doesn't matter. And we get our famous bishop ending, which... upon reflection, I would say is probably not going to be enough.
G5. Okay, that's.
But Black will get some kind of half-decent fortress. White's entry squares are blocked. It shouldn't work, no. h5 has happened. India has won. The US has lost probably, yes, because there's no way Varushan's losing as well. So the US has lost to Uzbekistan.
Yes, but Vishay, I have an amazing result for you. China won 3-1 against Ukraine.
Oh, they won the remaining two boards.
Yes, the remaining two boards.
In fact, he was pressing, but he lost it.
Yes, Volokitin lost against Bai Jinshi.
How did he look at this position? He lost this one. It's really incredible. That's a pity because Volokin clearly had outplayed him heavily, and Kovalenko is losing as well. You're right. So he's resigned already. Poland has won 3-1.
Okay, that was a very important result for the tournament survival.
And we're back to this one. Okay. I think h4 should be a win. He's gone rook a6, king e5. I think rook a5 check, this should be a win. Yeah, king f6 and now h4. There's no way it's not winning. Well, the problem again for white is that, he's going king g2. So he thinks this is not working because of this. But I thought it's...
But can you drive away your king?
And slowly kick the thing and so on.
Then you sacrifice.
But I think it works with a further advanced pawn. Here I can be one square away, and when you take everything on g4, I still can come back. So I can be up to the d file here. With the pawn on h5, I'd have to be... So what we're trying to...
No, what you are trying to say, of course, that you need your pawn to be on maybe to an h5 and not an h4. So when black pawn is on h5 and the bishop on g4, this is not enough when white sacrifices.
But anyway, white cannot make progress any other way. So if white wants to do this and claim that rook takes is going to win it. Maybe it does.
How do you win it?
So you go bishop g4, I'll come here.
But then I'll play king g5, and whenever you play rook h2 and something, I want to play h4. So I'll play king f5.
But I'll go here then.
King g5, and then rook a1, of course, and I have no time to play h4 here.
Again, if I can keep you away from the square and stay between g4 and think it might be a draw. So let's just see this. I go bishop e6.
So rook a5?
And I think I have to go to g4 by what I'm claiming.
So rook a4? And then where are you going after rook a4? King g5?
King g5.
And then, king f3.
And then I want to kick you and never so that your rook is never able to push me out of the g4 square.
But this is the position we have on the board right now, yes?
No, this is the position we have on the board.
Okay, but I mean, they went for
They will get to this, I thought h4, gh4 might win, but maybe I'm wrong simply, okay.
Well, I think that our audience, has access to Nalimov database. I'm pretty sure that
if they have checked with the thing, they'll just have a verdict.
And
draw.
By the way, they will play this for a while. I wanted to draw your attention to the game between Varuzhan Akupen and Samsudin Vahidov.
He's going for some line where he's trying to dominate the white king. I'm not sure that's the plan. I mean, his plan should be to get to g5. So rook a1, as far as possible. And how are you going to stop? I mean, if he's going to play king d3 and do all that, he's going to lose. Yes. I'll go and check up the board, or it's maybe...
They can still play bishop f5 at some point and play king g5. Just wanted to show, I saw that it was a very nice ending, like Varuzhan Akupen and Vahidov something before last game. Just before,
this one.
This one and here, after rook c4, queen b3, here. It's very interesting. So you have rook c3, king, queen a4, and you cannot win it. So you're forced to make a draw.
But wait, let's see what happened. Even rook d8 check, king c2. So
it was a very interesting endgame, so I wanted to draw your attention to this.
He actually lost a knight. This was a fascinating game.
I will keep an eye on that one because they still.
But h4 is not a draw. This is lost. Because I've got the h5 square, so this was a mistake.
But
So France is going to draw again.
No, but France won yesterday, so like draw is fine.
Okay,
yes,
okay.
draw is
So then
fine.
you're happy
yes.
with this, okay.
They keep Spain within a distance. So they, well, I think their next opponent is South Africa. So
what's the time
they
situation?
didn't have to lose this match. Okay, so that's what I wanted
Yeah,
to
oh,
show.
it's a lovely. So I apologize, we've not been able to cover everything. But h4 is a pity because now it is lost. This I know. I can even play rook. Actually, rook g1 might be a no.
No,
There's
because
no
you
need
cannot
for it.
play
So I
rook
go
g4.
a5,
Rook a5.
and then
But why he didn't go rook a5 immediately? Okay, rook c5 now. I was actually having a few notes about who won the World Team Championship, a few times. But while you're thinking about this position,
yeah, I'm wondering because generally I've looked at this position with the king on g5 and g7 because that's always the ending you study. I'm wondering if I can force it from h5. I'm pretty sure that I can, but exactly how to go about it is the question. It must be some zugzwang like this. He's gone rook d2 now. Bishop c4 has happened. Yeah, and I think we're getting.
it's very important also not to push, in this case, the pawn.
h5,
Yes,
yeah.
yes. So that's what we.
Yes,
have
except
to
when
say.
the bishop is already dominated.
Because we have to explain this endgame
Yes.
a little
So
bit.
the idea is if black were to go back with the king, so let's say now this will happen. He's gone back king h6, and I give a check here. Black should come here. And this would be a mistake because now this is a known draw. But what I meant is that maybe rook d8. Now the bishop, it needs to be on this diagonal already. But it probably gets
Maybe.
there. You can come here and you should get there, yeah. Okay, the actual position they have is quite interesting. It's gone king g6.
That actually explains this tango between the players because you would want to push h5, but you
They are
need
not
to be
able to,
very
no.
careful, of course, because there are a few theoretical draws. Maybe Jules, was aiming for this position, and he wanted to sort of trap his opponent, that he would not be aware that after h5 it might not be winning.
Wait, he's gone bishop c2, that's correct. For instance, bishop b3 would be a mistake because the white king crosses here and the square was
You
covered.
don't have, yes, bishop
But
e6.
he went rook e1, bishop c2. Now I can go check king h5, check, because you cannot take on h4. I win
So
with rook
rook
e2,
e2.
threatening this and a mate. So with the second check, he goes back to h6, and now I have this square. So when I go king here, I go here. So at this point, white should play the usual rook c5, poke around with the king a little bit.
And white has only 50 moves, let's say, before he has
Yeah.
to move the pawn, of course.
This ending
It's very interesting.
It's hard to play in blitz, isn't it? Because you actually need to sit and think for some time and actually work it out. When was the last pawn captured? GH4, 87, so 137. And we are at 101, so there's still 30 odd moves left. So I go king h6 now.
What is his stopper? What?
Oh, he's claiming that
Wait,
king
wait, wait.
g6 is going
Yes.
to be a draw.
He stopped the clock, yes, and is this a threefold repetition? Because now if the computers confirm this is a threefold repetition. What
But the position of the bishop is the problem.
yes, but what a dramatic
No, it's
turn
not,
of
it's
event.
not,
Yes,
because,
did you check it?
No, but look, bishop g6 here. And the last time the king
Where
was
the
on
bishop?
g6, because actually he was too careful in playing the king to h6 all the time. The last time it was on g6, the bishop was somewhere else. And the last time before that, the pawn had not even been captured yet.
Okay.
So I suspect this claim is not working.
The thing
Besides,
is,
the thing is, if they're not giving the answer in 2 seconds, it means that because the computer will immediately point out that king g6 would be a draw. So,
okay, on the other hand, if the computer does not confirm the claim, well, his opponent will probably get 2 minutes.
Yes.
On the clock. But Jules has some time to think about the position.
yes.
I haven't thought about this, but you have so much pressure, you have to make a move, so you're not sure, you make the claim, you will have 10 seconds on your clock, but also maybe it was a subconscious claim. What is happening?
It probably doesn't make a difference either way, because there's so few pieces left that you either know the winning plan or you don't. But I'm just wondering, what is the winning plan? Because again, I've tended to have the position in my head with the white king already on g5, and then you just have to know to put it on h6, play rook g7 check and all that. But if black keeps hanging around here, how do I actually kick you out of that square? So while they're thinking, we can think as well.
Okay, the play resumes, I suppose, yes, and
The
white
claim
will
probably has been rejected.
White will get 2 extra minutes on the clock. I will check if I have a message from our team. So 2:45, 2 minutes 45 seconds, and Jules has 34 seconds left. So after, but was king g6 the correct move or king h6?
He seemed to claim king h6. He put the king there and pointed. Or he has played it even.
But are you forced to make the move that
One second, let's have an idea and see when was... no, but even king h6 hasn't happened with... no, it just hasn't happened recently. Okay, so king g6, rook e2. To be honest, Anton has not yet found the plan, but now he can invest a good minute and try and work this one out.
So bishop d1. We were thinking about this move previously. But bishop d1.
Bishop d1, now rook d2, and if the bishop goes off somewhere, then you've lost a critical... Let's say you go to b3. You actually have to go to b3, because when I go king g4, you need bishop e6 check, and you have no other squares.
But that was the line that we analyzed, because didn't we have this something like...
yeah. So now what do? I go here. You go here.
But can I start with rook d3, Visha? Here, where do you go?
So, I go here. And then rook d6
now
check.
Rook d6, and you don't have this...
Yeah, but the question is this winning? Maybe king g4 and I've made progress, because
yes,
I'm
you
taking
don't
you on the 6th,
have
correct,
bishop d1. That's why I wanted to start with rook d3.
So
yes.
where would I go? Bishop c4?
Yes, you need the e2 square here.
Yes, I need some square like that.
So let's say rook d6, king h5, rook c6, and you have to go... You cannot go bishop b5, because I have rook c5.
Yes.
Okay, we should illustrate a few of those ideas, because they will shuffle, the pieces around.
Okay, he's gone king h5.
Vish, I have one practical question, because it never happened
Wait,
to me.
we've gotten to this.
Yes.
Now he can play king g4, and we got confused. So bishop c2 was a mistake. We thought...
You need to... No, but he played...
oh, he actually just passed, and he should have gone bishop... No, c2 is wrong. Where should he have gone? Maybe you should have just gone king h5.
No, that was the question that I wanted to ask. For example...
Okay, now the winning method is known. Rook g5 and it resigns. Actually, this is going to be even faster, because you don't even need the technique.
Yeah, but he doesn't...
Oh, but rook g5, king f4, h5, h6 and resigns. Yeah, so that was a miss. The position is still winning. I just go king g5 and Yeah, and then you just have to know the winning plan.
When you make a claim and it's rejected, does it cancel the moves before? Does it mean that you start, here's the move one?
No,
not at all. So that
right.
was my question. I actually wanted to be sure about this. So then he still has to make it to the move 137, but white...
In Linares in 1992, I was playing Evgeny Barev, and I proudly made the move that I was supposed to say that I was going to make, and then called the arbiter. And in fact, Evgeny had been repeating, I think it was clear he had given up, but he saw a chance to have a little practical joke, you know Evgeny, so of course he sat there with that grin on his face. The arbiter came, explained to me that once you make the move, your claim is no longer valid. So then I had to wait another 10 moves for getting my draw. So.
So bishop b1, he has to keep the bishop for the moment on this diagonal to prevent the pawn from advancing. Yes, h5,
yes.
h6.
Anyway, the winning plan is this.
It's so king g8.
And then it's this move. There is no other way to make progress. So black goes somewhere here. And then you give a check and come some reasonable square like this. Just to show you some of the traps. So one of the traps is this, because then the white king can cross over. You cannot, the black king cannot go anywhere to the g file because I'll give a discovered check. So that's one of the ideas.
Can we illustrate the other idea? Because I think it's also important to show, like, why shouldn't you rush things over and to play h5, h6 instead of playing king g5, king h6,
okay.
Because it's important also to
Okay, so h5 is now a draw. And the reason is this. So, I mean, I made this move to illustrate this point, but let's say I come king f7. I think it's all supposed to happen with tempo, so I'll show the plan in a minute. Rook g5, some move, bishop d3, and if the king tries to escape from there, which would then allow the pawn to proceed, then I give a check and I stop the king escaping. That is the reason. But once white has volunteered h5, the position is a theoretical draw. There is no longer a way to think. After that, it doesn't even matter if, I mean, to speed things up, I hope you'll excuse this move. Okay, the king has to be on h8 now, but after h6, there is no longer a way to break through. Then this was lousy.
just show, we can show
I'll
the
come back here. King g8, king h5. After this, it's a known draw, because when you come out, there's no longer a way to force things. I can just do this.
But this might actually come as a surprise to a lot of our viewers.
Yes. So this position is a known draw, and both of them seem highly aware of it because they're not blundering. And I think Jules has actually not resisted well, but it's very hard to get the bishop moves right as well. So with a little time, it's a tough position to defend. But now it's mathematically over because white's king will cross over king g6 now, and it's game over. This is the perfect scenario because white's king now crosses over. The bishop is on, it's on b1, sorry, no, the king does not cross over. So we still have to win this by coming back. So Anton is playing rook g5. Now king f7 is a blunder because the king crosses with king g4. The bishop had to be on these squares. It has to be on c2 or d3 in order to be able to give a check. But as you can see, Anton's king has fled. The bishop on b1 can no longer defend, and it is now game over. So dramatic finish.
But how important is it to study endgames? Because this is a very crucial game, and all depends on your endgame knowledge.
Yes, both of them clearly have studied the endgame, but the problem with seconds is it's very hard to make the moves right. Sometimes you need to recheck everything over and over again. And for instance, with the king on h6, while doing commentary, it's hard to work out the winning plan. I would need to sit and think for 20-30 minutes and figure it out. But so it would have been tough at the board. And even this ending, a lot of the moves are not obvious. After this rook g7 check. Okay, but this one is over. King f4, h5, h6, and it's resigned. So we will have an end here very soon.
Of course, how important it is to cut the king first, so with the rook on g5, and only then you advance your pawn. But even, with a few pieces, this endgame is like a minefield. There are so many positions that you have to avoid, and you have to be aware of all the ideas.
I think the main lesson here, if you're a player, this is an ending you should check at least once in 2 weeks. Because otherwise, you forget it completely, and then you've forgotten the details. But if you revise the details, you just know, okay, this move, this move, this move, this move, this move, this move, it goes much faster. Both of them clearly knew that you don't play h5. And black was setting a trap, white didn't fall for it, but still the details. But now it's, like I said, the pawn is just going to move and it's just rook1.
It's a very useful advice, of course. And I was thinking that one of those endings that you have to check once in a while is how do you defend with the rook against rook and bishop.
Correct.
Because this occurs very often in tournament practice.
This is, I think, the ending which actually occurs the most, because it is so common to sacrifice your bishop for that last pawn and come to this fortress, but you have to know how to hold it. So Jules will be forced to give up the G file and it's over. So big save by Spain. How does that leave them in the standings?
We will get back to the results after the end of the round, of course. I think that the graphics will be prepared shortly. So Spain drew the match against France. So it was such a dramatic game. I think that French captain is, well, he still has a few hairs on his head, but I think maybe after the end of this tournament, there will be nothing left. You can see Jean-Baptiste Milon, he's trying to console the players. So let's have a look at the results. I think that they were updated.
France drew, Netherlands won 4-0. China beat Ukraine. Not an obvious result, not that the reverse would have been an obvious result either, but these were the heavyweights of the group. And
let's have a look at the results of the Pool B, and then we will have the standings. So Poland drew against Israel.
India won thanks to Vidit's defensive performance. That's a game that we'll have to go through in some depth to understand fully.
And Uzbekistan won against
the US, but only 2.5 because Neiman actually saved it.
So what are the standings after the third round of the preliminary? Like, how do you call this? The preliminary?
Yeah, the group stage, the preliminary stage.
Yes, the preliminary stages. So. China is leading in the Group A with 6 points, a perfect score.
Yeah. Ukraine on second with 4, and Spain and France with 3. So these are the 4 right now. Netherlands,
and of course,
1 point behind. So the Netherlands will still have to pull out one more win in order to break into this group.
Because only 4 teams qualify. Correct. Please don't forget this. So what are the standings in the Pool B? Oh, this is a different group.
Yes. So India beating Azerbaijan allowed India to join the leading group. Uzbekistan, India and Azerbaijan leading, and
the rest of the field is tight.
But as well. Poland won today. Where is the 2-pointer that they have?
They made a mistake once again. No, Poland drew today. They drew against Israel.
Oh, Nabati beat Piero. No, excuse me. Sorry, I missed that. Okay.
No, that was actually a very important save, yes, for Israeli teams.
Okay, then that's right. So then it's 1-1, and So the fourth place, the battle is still very much open, right?
Oh, this group is really very open. So the intrigue is on.
Yes.
Well, I think we will have a small break, okay, because the round will start at 5 p.m. No, it's 6 p.m. Yes,
6 p.m.
Yes. So this is the current standings, and we will be back, of course, here in the studio. And before we leave, which is always, this is a ritual. There are so many fans which are waiting for you to make selfies, to ask for the autographs. So I was asking myself this question: who are you making selfies with? If you're making selfies, for example, who would you chase, like a Beatles fan? Probably your family, but then who would you make a selfie with?
I don't know. There must be a lot of people. You bump into old friends. You're thinking of some celebrity.
Yes, let's say if it will be a sportsman.
I think I would still feel very shy in asking for a selfie. But
okay, so we will continue this conversation in a bit. Thank you so much for watching, and please stay tuned. We will be back. Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here in Jerusalem and we are covering the World Team Chess Championship. So Grandmaster Viswanathan Anand has joined me for this. So how do you like it so far?
Great games. I mean, every day we even miss 2 or 3 games because of all the action. There's so many dramatic games. It's a lot of fun so far.
Well, I was joking, of course, around that, like that you were the flight risk. Yeah, I don't know that you feel. Well, I'm going to see you here on the next day, but it seems that you like your commentator's job very much, so you enjoy it, and I can see that you are going through the games. You know, it might not happen on your screen, but Vishy, you know, is struggling when you need to pick the game.
Yes, well, you know this. Some positions get into your head and it's hard to pass to the next one. We were in Mamadyarov with it to the exclusion of everything else, and then we remembered to go elsewhere and we forgot about this one, and so it goes. But
that's how the chess player's mind goes. I wanted to... actually, I think that our team prepared a very nice video for you. So those are the highlights from the first days, the opening ceremony. So let's have a look.
Sure.
So we are back. The tournament is taking place in Jerusalem. For those who are joining us right now, the third round of the preliminary stage is just finished. Let's have a look at the pairings and the standings, because this round might be a crucial one for teams who are fighting for the qualification.
Spain against Ukraine, Netherlands against China, France against South Africa.
So first of all, China won all of their matches. They have a perfect score. Netherlands has to beat them in order to stay alive in this tournament. Right. France has to win against South Africa if this team, like their team, wants to qualify for the final stage of this tournament. And Spain has a very difficult task against Ukraine because they just saved their match against France, but they will need to win this one.
Yes, because if France gets ahead, then Spain... I don't think Spain is in a desperate situation yet, right? Ukraine is comfortable with the draw still. Anyway.
Yes, we'll have a look at
France
the standings.
clearly favorite in this one. Let's see the next group.
Pool A. Here the situation is completely different. Now this is like the pairings table of the round 3. We will need the round 4 because these are the results for those who didn't catch up with us. Okay, round 4. Israel is paired against USA.
This was both teams are on the same score, so a win for either one of them would be a breakout, of course. India was the third team on, 3 points? And, 4, sorry. And, there are 3 teams on 4 points here. So, Azerbaijan, India, and Uzbekistan.
This is a very important match for Poland because
no dramatic leader here, but I guess the US Israel actually they have to. A winner would join the not join the other group, but improve their standings. Poland would need to win as well, and of course they could halt one of the leaders, so they have the possibility to catch up. Okay.
I don't know what happened to my vocal cords. I think.
I don't know what happened to my brain. But
we've talked too much over these past 2 days. Okay, the players, of course, started their games. I have a very interesting fact for you because I was looking at the history of the World Team Championships. You know, they were not organized. Well, they're not organized for quite a long time, for a while. So the first one happened in 1985. But there was a very interesting fact which happened in 2005 because this tournament also happened in Israel. And there was one team in particular that I wanted to draw your attention to. This was the women's Chinese team. They invited to take part in this event, and only after this event the World Team Championship started to get organized in the women's section. So they did very well, and I actually wanted to ask you, would you be in favor of merging those two team events and, for example, having a World Team Championship, but which would, let's say, have 4 boards or 2 women's boards? How do you think? What do you think about this?
I like the idea of mixing the teams. I think it makes the results more dramatic, as we saw in the last couple of events, online events. And I think it's a good idea. It's not that I'm against the current system, but at the very least we should try that over the board. Because that has only been implemented online.
No, of course, yes.
So we should try it out at least once. Definitely it would be a good idea and a good chance to solve both problems. You ensure women participate, but also that they're competing along with the men, and that's a great help, I think.
This was a question actually because our audience might not know, like not all of them might not know, that you also act in the capacity of a FIDE deputy president, which happened only recently. So that was actually a question for a FIDE deputy president, because, you know, I've spent all my life playing chess, and, you know, I was always thinking about how we could reform chess tournaments and and develop women's chess, of course, so if it would be a very nice combination. Before we start analyzing the games, of course, I think that with this great nomination comes great responsibility. So I wanted to ask you a little bit about your vision.
Okay, my general vision is to keep working in this direction. I would like women to take a much greater participation, because I think that explains a lot of the performance gap. And so if we get girls and eventually more women participating in the game, then that will be fantastic for the game, and I think that the strengths will converge. So that would be one thing. Second thing is, obviously, I hope to have a big impact in India, more events in India, help grow the game in India. And the third is generally, this is not an area specifically allocated to me, but the third would be to figure out how to expand the recent possibilities. So chess has recently grown in all sorts of interesting ways, which we couldn't have anticipated before. And now how do we take all these things to their maximum potential?
Okay, thank you. So let's have a look at the games, I think, because this is a very important round, and some of the teams actually might not even make it if they don't win their matches today. So there are 5 rounds in the preliminary stage of this tournament, and only 4 teams out of 6 qualify from each group. And right now on your screen, I think that you have Timur Rajabov against what are the pairings? Timur Rajabov against Serena Nihal. Pardon my French. Sometimes I forget what is the language. That
He's
we are
playing
commentating
Radek. So
it, yes.
Shakhriyar is taking rest. Which game are we following now? Okay.
No, because I have like somehow.
This is Radek against Rachabov, knight d4.
So I have the different pairings. Okay, that was round 3, of course. I have to close this window. Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Now I have to force. Where is this? Okay, let's concentrate on this game. Of course, knight d4.
Yes. Queen e4. Obviously, if knight takes d4, it looks like white's doing well, but there's you pause to attack the queen. So queen e4. I think all this is well known. This could be Carlsen Caruana as well. If I remember correctly, it's something like this. Knight takes c3, b takes c3, bishop d6. Yes, white has more pawns in the center, but I think that's not a big factor here. Once I play rook b8, b6, so along these lines, play b6, bishop b7, or bishop d7, something very solid.
And you can finish.
And because there are no knights, that takes a lot of the energy out of the position. So the dynamism out of the position. So, but these lines keep getting refined constantly. So perhaps there's been some evolution here.
You know, since I'm not familiar with this position very much, I wanted to ask you. So, because you mentioned the variation with knight d4, knight b4, I just wanted to show our viewers, of course, how can it develop, like a few moves after this one. Because let's say queen b3, just to show how difficult it might get for white after e takes d4. And you can develop your bishop with the tempo d6 or with knight e4 first.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to play bishop e6 or
bishop b7 first.
Bishop e7 first. In both cases, black has very natural development. The queen will get pushed back. I don't know if I want to take or even
will you play
something
c5?
like c5. And black's done very well for himself. So
that's why white has opted for queen e4 in this position. Okay, what is the next game? We're still in the opening stage.
Well, let's finish that match and then we'll move to the next one. Rauf Mamedov against Mateusz Bartel. Generally here, white's trying to put pressure on the pawn. One thing you could do is to play a5. White can't play b4 just yet because of this battery, e4. But nonetheless, it is something white could potentially aim for. So black tries to gain some space. Another idea I've seen sometimes is rook e8. And then sometimes they maneuver the knight around like this. So that's another thing. Also, you can leave the knight here. And right now, after rook e8, if you go knight c4, I can just go knight b6 and challenge your knight.
Actually,
but these positions get quite sharp. White can play something like c3, then knight e4, queen c2, and then try to get in b4. And this is what it aims for. Normally, these positions are more often seen with reverse colors from King's Indian or Peer's setups, but this is quite common now in this line. This turns up.
But that's what I wanted to show you, because I play the King's Indian attack very often, but this started with knight f3 d5. You know, it's sort of an induced move, because then you would think that black would go for knight f6, c6, or something else. But then after g3, this is a very interesting setup.
Yes.
When black plays g6, because you after bishop g2, bishop g7, you threaten to play e5 immediately, and you ask white a question: should you play, if you're going to play d4 or not, or if you're sticking with the original setup and if you'll play d3?
Yes, so essentially this is an idea. White is choosing the reti, which is knight f3, not d4, c4, as a way of forcing a transposition into what white specifically wants. So, and black is saying you can play g6. Now the thing is, what was your original opening idea? If black was playing the Grunfeld, you can go for this anyway. But if black was not planning to play the Grunfeld, you can nonetheless prepare the scheme specifically for the reti. So I in fact did this for my match with Magnus in 13. here there are a couple of possibilities. One is this move, c4, dc4, knight a3. And I think you play e5 here. And one second. Bishop g2, bishop g7, or is it?
To c4 you can also try to play d4, but then here maybe
yes,
it's
well,
less
c4,
effective.
d4, then the problem is you end up in a reverse Benko or a reverse Benoni, as the case may be. It's more likely that it could just end up as a Benko. And the thing is, since black has already committed bishop g7, some of the other setups don't work out very well. Here, you might consider something like this. And there are dozens of transpositions. So the point is, if white does play d4, then you can play the Grunfeld, but with white committed to bishop g2, which restricts what you're supposed to do. So you lose all the other Grunfeld options, you're only playing the Fianchetto, and so since that's a limited thing, you can include that as part of a broader repertoire.
And very often, yes, after d4 you get this symmetrical structures as after c4, c6. And
yes, so that is one idea, that you go d4. And again, once upon a time it was thought that after c4 you had to prepare, after c6 you had to prepare this because c4, d takes c4 is pretty good for black, or so it was thought. But recently Magnus has started doing this and has revived it as a dangerous line. In fact, I think Mamadhyarov played a game against him just a couple of days ago.
Oh, I haven't seen this one. Okay, so there was a recent...
So there is some action here, yeah. And the other thing is after e5, d3, knight e7, white goes for e4. Now if you take, this line is quite specific. You do this, knight c6 or bishop g4. Amazingly, it's theoretical.
Yeah, I know.
You play this. For me, it's remarkable that after exchanging queens, you think, now I can be creative. But in fact, the lines get quite specific. So e4, but castles was my main move as well. And then, like I said, this is something that come from PH backgrounds and so on. Fine. What have they done? Let me.
It's incredible that you're sharing with us. Well, even if it was a while ago, but still, it was your preparation for the World Championship match, and I hope that our audience they grasp how unique this moment is. Just because you share your thoughts and your preparation from the World Championship match.
That's true, but on the other hand, it's a long time back, and the theory has moved on.
It has evolved, of course.
Yes, but it's still a popular setup. Quite a lot of people do it, especially those who part-time in the Grunfeld.
So black played d5, and white is still thinking. Yes? But Rauf has more time than when he started the game. He has a little bit more than 45 minutes.
He's been blitzing out and adding this thing, whereas, Bartel has dropped a little bit of time, but nothing big. Okay, that was the second board. Then on the third board, we have what is certainly it's a Queen's Gambit declined. So accepted, excuse me.
Accepted.
And of course, these are the kinds of new moves that happen, bishop e2. So this
happened to me recently because I was I didn't play and during the pandemics, but the only tournament I took part in that was the European Club Cup. And we played against a very strong opposition as Monaco chess team, and then I was playing black against Chiparinov Ivan, and I haven't analyzed this, and then he surprised me. He played e4, and I'm thinking, okay, what am I doing here? Should I take it? No, but should I take it? How far along did he analyze? Or should I include b5? And then is he going to play bishop d3, or he will give this pawn anyway? So that's exactly the position that we had on the board. Like b5, bishop b2, so white gives away the pawn once again.
Yes. I mean, when I used to play the QGA many years back, there were a few moves, a4, bishop b3, bishop d3. But now, bishop e2 is a move, b3 is a move, it's no longer considered a forced draw, it's considered an aggressive try, and rook e1 is another move. And of course, people just decided you don't even need to bother with all that, you can just play e4. So...
Okay, let's illustrate how dangerous it might get.
Okay, so if knight takes e4, then clearly you want to get in d5.
Do you include rook e1 or you start with d5 immediately? I was not sure during
yes,
the game, for example.
Rook e1, e4, knight e4.
I might even have a look at this position and what are the recent games, because it's...
yes, let's say I go knight d6, then I think you look for compensation like this, bishop b3, or maybe bishop f1, even get it out of the way. And black's knight is a bit awkward on d6. You could play b5 here.
Okay, so b5 is the main move.
But b takes c4. Is it d5?
Actually, they go for d5 immediately. It's not rook e1. They've tried for a few times queen e2, but d5 is clearly the main idea and the main line. But it was tried already by Boris Gelfand against Joel Luthier in 1997, what is interesting, you know. This line has been revived. So after d5, bishop e7, only then Boris played
rook e1.
But Jordan van Forest tried against David Navarra, queen e2, knight f6, and d5.
Second pawn sack.
Yes, so... Second, yes, it's very interesting because he sacrificed another pawn. So let's have a look at this game. It's so e4, knight e4,
queen e2,
queen e2,
knight f6, and
d5,
now
knight d5,
and then rook d1.
And rook d1. So this is absolutely amazing to me. I've played the Queen's Gambit Accepted for such a long time, and here we are. White sacrificed 2 pawns, and you know, during the game, I remember I was thinking, okay, this is the new plan. Like, how should I adapt to this new plan? Should I take the pawn? But here you have 2 pawns more, and you are suffering.
I don't know the suffering. I think again with precise defense, if you know your lines, it's equal. But this is a common phenomenon recently. For instance, I played the knight off all my life. And I don't know at which stage, maybe, let's take a random year, 2003, 2004. If we looked at my knight off notes, the analysis I'd done, I checked bishop g5, bishop c4, bishop e2, bishop e3, a little bit of time on a4, and that was it. You know that Nigel would play queen d3 or queen f3 without f4, so you spend 5 seconds on it just to make sure you... But in fact, he was ahead of his time, because queen d3 is quite a strong move now, queen g3, but also the fact that before we would just make a move like b5 and play on general principles, but now computers have shown that you can do something very specific. You can go a4, b4, knight a2, you know... every line we used to play by feeling is now
everything
a long
is very
forced
concrete,
line.
of course.
And so, in modern knight-off analysis, I think rook g1, I spent a few seconds and dismissed it. It's a big line. h3 kind of came back. We knew Bobby had done it, but it was kind of starting then. But there are so many new lines. Bishop d3 has come back, and it's a phenomenon. Like QGA, I looked at recently, and I realized I'll have to do a lot of the work all over again. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Tadaraba. Yes, actually what you were saying, that the computers have made the range of the moves that you have to analyze now so much wider, you know, that sometimes you have to analyze every possible move in the position is. And this is, so actually, like the other question that I have before we come back to this position is like, are we capable to take in so much information?
You know, if you go through the notes, you can you can do it very fast, because the engine is sitting there and guiding you. And as long as you're not lulled to sleep, you're still thinking, and you're taking in what you're looking at. Yes, you can. Clearly, we have a lot of people who do it for a living, so it is possible. But the
how
continuous
far?
flood,
Yes.
and I think the problem is also there comes a point when you come to this fork. Do you have a broad repertoire? Do you have a narrow one? Do you have a narrow one and super specialize, or do you jump around a bit? Funnily enough, though it seems like I'm making an argument for specialization, it makes more sense to jump around because the value of surprise is so important in modern chess. Okay, so this is all well known. It could be just the main line of.
Just let me have a look if this was the recent game after b5. So b5 was played. Then what do we have? Bishop b2. Yes, and only then you take. He grabbed the pawn on e4, e4 of course. But there have been only 14 games, so it might be a theory. But after e4 b4.
But the other problem in nowadays is your idea used to be there are 300 games here, so humans have tried, a lot of ideas have been tried, and what we have at the main line is probably something like a main line. Now there is nothing to say that something which has been played only once or twice is unexplored. With the computer, you explored it quite a lot. It's just that people haven't got around to playing it yet.
Yes, so, because in a way you're learning by experience with the computer. So, yes. Well, I have a game played by Ivan Cheparinov, and I have Sam Shankland against Dominguez Perez Linnea. So, again, I have also a game between Narayanan and Lyanov. So, okay.
Which is actually what we were following, except that SL Narayanan played Queen E3 in that game. So.
Well, but all of these games were drawn. So, what do you think? Is this the?
It's probably the equalizing line. The
equalizing line nowadays. Okay, so there is nothing more.
Correct. So. Okay, for the moment we'll let them do that instead of doing theoretical work. And Bugara Sadli against Igor Yannick. Again, the temptation is just to say this is probably equal, but almost all positions. If you keep on analyzing, you find that one of the things that will happen here is that this pawn mass will become very important. Can you play d4? Can black play d5? When is it a weakness? So you just keep playing, and your middle game ideas and positional ideas keep developing. I would think that the knight should come to g6, but it can also come some other routes. This might be a good plan, just to wait on d7. A couple of ideas for black. But it looks to me like black is in certainly no danger. Okay, he's played b5. And I'm sorry, I completely missed that the knight could simply be forced to misplace itself, in which case, of course, the evaluation changes, right? Bishop e3 was then a bit careless. And after b5...
What can you do here?
I mean, if I take this, you'll take with the pawn, because if you take with the knight, then my knight can jump back. But after ed4, this knight is forced to come back to the square. You might as well bring it back here. Why commit bishop takes d4? Might as well do that. For the moment, no real damage done, because if you capture here, I can take with the knight. And there's nothing else obviously wrong. But it looks like at least knight b2 was not the intended plan. So.
And they didn't spend that much time in the opening, of course. So, okay, let's move to another game.
Yeah.
Because I don't think he has anything else here.
Well, there is one other plan, which is...
but what did you want to do here?
The problem is there are no intermezzos either. If you go e5, black just plays 97 because his attack is still there. So, yeah. Okay.
Of course, the idea, let's just so if you take on e5, then you have this precious
and the knight
c5.
suddenly has a good square.
This lovely c5 square.
Indeed. Okay, so we have checked that match. Why don't we go through the India match now?
Okay.
Vedit is playing Yakuboyev. So this is what I was told is called the Karpov system. And quite dramatic to give up the bishop like that. But now White's got some very specific... first of all, this square has become available, so the knight can try to get there in some way. Second, the e-file is opened, so White can hope to dominate it. And this knight, it has to go via f8 because the f6 square is missing for it. So there are specific problems in black developing.
But I think our viewers might ask you a very legitimate question. Why don't you take with the bishop on d5?
Okay. That is a good question. And I think the point is again that I have c4.
Okay. Then bishop
and
e7.
Perhaps something like queen g4 or rook f d1 followed by knight f1.
And knight f1 and knight e3 and then d5.
There are plans like that. I mean, I think queen g4 as well. Maybe even knight e4.
And knight e4 immediately.
Though this would defeat the purpose because you take the bishop, but I do improve my queen and I play bishop f4, maybe I push you around a bit. Okay, but after e d5, rook e1, f6, again I think I've seen this, so maybe it's just theory.
No, we're just looking at the standings. So India, Azerbaijan and Uzbekistan, as we've seen at the beginning of the broadcast, they are sharing the first place. So they cannot afford to lose this match. So they have to be careful, both teams.
Right.
2-2 would be probably an ideal result to ensure the qualification, but it's not easy.
Losing, you might still get through, but it's a bit tighter. There's no need to risk, and there's no fun in being fourth. So
there's still a lot of pressure in this match.
Yes. Okay. So we'll see. Knight f1, White's clearly aiming for the f5 square. Nihal, Sarin against Sindarov. What opening? This was, it looks like a Sicilian, but in fact
I was thinking it was like the Giocopiano, no?
It was the Giocopiano. Except they do it with knight c3 now, which is a different thing, but not the c6 plan. Nihal went c6 and double pawn, but on the other hand, I can put the knight on d5. Not right now, because he'll capture this pawn, so I guess he'll have to pause for rook b1 first. But then the threat is knight d5. I say threat, it's not a threat, I can even capture on d5. Let's say I make one more move, knight e7, because you were threatening to capture on b5.
But here I was thinking
f6,
about rook f6, yes.
Yeah.
I was trying to make it work, but I was thinking, what is the move that that you have to make so this sacrifice would work? Well, the line doesn't stop there, but
wait,
I think...
what happens after queen b1?
Queen b1, so... But with the queen on b1, do you threaten to take on b5? Because I don't think that it's a threat.
Why not?
Because then maybe I will have something like knight b4, queen b6, and then... Can I try... Okay, not queen b6 here, I have to be careful. In knight e7, then you can play rook f6.
Well, it's kind of speculative if this is just as strong with the queen on b1, but I would try it. I think it's a risk-free attempt because White even has slow plans here.
Yes, you can
he can try to bring the knight like this, and then it has two lovely squares to aim for and everything. So I like queen b1. Why queen b1? Why not rook b1? Because after rook b1 I have knight a7, and then the knight can rotate via c8, and yeah. It's interesting. I don't think rook takes f6 is quite as good here because you don't have the d5 square to accompany it. So this is a harder cell, but white still has compensation. He can rotate this knight around to the g3 square and so on, so there's still
Yes,
some
but
potential.
here I would free myself up. I would give up the pawn. Can I play f5 and then...
EF5?
Maybe I will prepare it. I mean, when you...
I mean, you can do this. You can play b4.
e4, let's say.
Knight e2. And then f5,
Yes.
claiming that ef5, you have knight takes d5.
But even there, I'm not sure. Maybe... and then if I will be able to play knight f6, then I think I will be fine.
Yes. So I was trying to play knight
g3 here.
g3. If
Can I-
fe4, can I play rook f6, or it's not working?
Can I try f4 instead of... It's a very nice idea, but I don't want to take...
I don't think it's working.
It's
King
not-
f6, queen h6, you have knight g6, and you kind of escape.
Ah, okay, so it doesn't
Knight
work.
h5 doesn't work, I think. So
But
I was still working it out.
Can I go f4 here? Of course, I give you a few squares, but I want to play knight g6, knight e5, but then you will have knight f5. No.
Well,
This
my
is too
situation
much.
has improved somewhat,
Yes.
but so has yours, because you have this g5 square for your queen as well.
Yes,
and
queen
so on.
g5.
Yeah. So b4, knight e2, f5, and
It's not
maybe
so
I have to
easy.
be more exact here.
But should you play g4
Maybe I
here or
really-
not? It's
g4
too much.
is a bit much, I would say.
Because then how do you bring your pieces into play? We can start by playing c6 already. No, b4, c6.
I would not touch this pawn,
No?
actually. I'd go here,
But then?
you are threatening to come here,
Yeah.
and then
Wanted to play c6, d5.
it's quite nice long term, but okay, he could have tried that. He instead went b4, after which this has happened, and queen b1 is not an obvious move any stretch. I mean, it's literally me trying to stop knight a7, but
Okay.
at least sitting in the studio, it's nice to sack someone's exchange,
Yes, of course.
as I've already mentioned at some length. So.
Okay. Well, he's still thinking. Let's
Interesting
have a, yes.
struggle. Third one is S.L. Narayanan. This is a well-known line. It's all theory. So I'll quickly run you through the basics. It's b4, queen d7. So black is depending heavily on this pawn on d3. And this has all been worked out. Now they play this. I think they play this. White interpolates e6, captures, takes, and now queen d3. What white is saying is that the bishop could still come here, and maybe it's slightly unpleasant, but black, I think
To
knight
have
c4
knight
is just a
c4.
draw. There's no real problem here. It is a forced draw. Okay, and but sometimes it's just worth a try to check whether your opponent remembers his prep.
I just wanted to have a look. So for the moment, this match is quite equal. Like this.
Yes, and Vakidov Gupta is where it is. Probably it's slight edge for white because of all the space. The black is extremely solid, and he can wait for white to push more and get into trouble. Fine. We checked. It's time to come back here. And so you can see this, the evolution in thinking that they now have done this. They opened both files, and he's trying to play f4.
Black
It's
played
thin, but
c6.
it could be some nice small edge.
But after c6, can you play? Then you can play. No, you don't have f5. I have queen c4. So what do you play after f4?
What about queen b6?
Okay, queen b6. Then what do I have?
Queen e2. Then you play e4. So it's not the thing.
Can I play rook e2?
Then I would play bishop g4.
Okay.
Knocking you all over the place. And if you go rook f1, maybe f5 works, yeah.
So queen c4 and bishop b6, yes.
So c6. Okay.
Bishop, before something dramatic happens, I think that this game is already on fire. Please have a look at the game between Alexei Shirov and Igor Kovalenko. Is it...
Okay. Quickly, let me just see what's happening here. I don't think this is going to trouble Vasily too much.
Yes, this is a very solid opening, yes.
Shevchenko, these positions you can press for a while. You force black to keep defending b5, but if black plays b4, then you reroute the knight. Okay, this is black's move, but let's say he had done it. Then you can either come here and then loop around like this, or you could come to d1 and loop around like this. So both cases, this is the golden square that they're aiming for. Black is waiting. It should be equal, but given the A file and everything, maybe there's a small edge for white. Okay, now let's get to the big one. So the Khan variation,
C4.
Alexei tries to get in the Maroczy, queen c7. The other line is bishop b4, but a3. So you see that it's important not to play d6 too quickly, because then white just plays rook c1 and you don't have knight c6 because of knight d5. That is the big, the trick. But you start with knight c6, but then Alexei went immediately for this pawn, rook b8 and b4. So this is quite specific because he's delaying his bishop e2 and castles and all that. So he's hopefully check this with the computer.
No, but I think
and then you have knight e2, which is a brilliant move to win b6, black. But the thing is, it's still uncomfortable for white because he has to complete his development and there might be some resources there. I don't know. For a start, I like bishop f2 because I'm threatening bishop g3, right? I don't know if knight takes b4 works because I have bishop d4.
Bishop.
Bishop g3, I have queen takes, knight c2 check even. For instance, this. But
first bishop d4.
I could play bishop d4 and
then take on b4.
Correct, and you don't have any clever move here.
So, is black lost already?
After knight b4, he might be, but after bishop f2, what should?
You have to go back, or
yes, because bishop g3 is unpleasant,
yes,
right?
of course, it's a very dangerous threat, and you cannot play d6 then because c5 is also coming.
Yes, c6 just walks into bishop g3, and the thing is, because white is a pawn up, he can even offer queen exchanges. So what the hell, right? I like bishop f2. I'm going to guess that Alex said bishop d6 is a mistake. He should play bishop e7 maybe, just to keep control of that. Or he can even play d6 because this knight d5 idea doesn't work anymore.
What I like about this game that Alexei Shirov had a very concrete approach to in this line, because I also tend to play these positions with black, or I tried all the setups, and it's very unpleasant. Okay, when they let you maneuver and play h5, this is fine, but this is very concrete, and black lost a pawn in how many moves? Like 12 moves. So.
Yes, and again, I'm not that familiar with Igor's repertoire, so the interesting question is, has he done this before? And then Alexei prepares a targeted line against a setup that he thinks might happen on the board, or did Alexei prepare this as part of his general preparation and then he gets to, he remembers it and uses it, though he didn't expect it to happen now, he has a weapon. So what is happening here? Let me just refresh the board and see, because some bits has happened. Okay, instead of bishop f2, he went back bishop e3, queen c7, which is probably what he would have done on the other line anyway, and then knight e c3. So now white is threatening bishop e2 and completing his development.
Threatening.
Looks pretty bad.
I like the choice of words. You're threatening to complete the development.
Strong threat. So.
Well, but modern standard it is, because very often you leave your king in the center, you play h4, h5, and so this is a very interesting positional threat.
Okay, but that's interesting, because if Spain is putting pressure on one board already, it's not enough for Vasily to just cruise. He might have to do something to change the course of the match. And the fourth board looks like one of these solid setups that you play for black.
Just wanted to ask you that, did you know what were the major news yesterday? It was not the beginning of the World Cup, so what was the major sensational news for the chess community? And it was not about Magnus winning the Meltwater Champions Tour. What is this?
If it's neither of those, I don't know.
No, actually, that it was very interesting, because Louis Vuitton has started to
that one, of course, yes. No, sure.
Their campaign, and their new campaign.
Okay,
and
sure.
Of course, we are talking about Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo, but what is even more impressive that they used, of course, their trunks. They played a game of chess on them. But I remember a very interesting conversation which I had almost 10 years ago with Antoine Arnaud and his wife Natalia Vodyanova, because they attended the chess tournament Memorial Alekhin in Paris, and I asked them, but why haven't you thought about using chess in your advertisement campaigns? So here we are, but 10 years later.
Yeah, sure.
It was a very nice memory, because at that time, because in French, their signature bags, they're called damier. So basically, this is the board where you play checkers. And but chess is very much in vogue right now.
Yeah, no, that is true. Someone didn't connect it with news, but you're right. Yes,
but of course, I was just kidding. I was kidding.
Yeah, sure.
And like this, we know that Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo play chess, as many professional athletes. We just met with the former coach of Roger Federer, the tennis player Ljubicic. Yes, he loves chess.
I'm not convinced that Messi and Ronaldo play chess. But
you're not convinced?
No.
I'm pretty sure.
For all I know, the position was set up for them, but we'll see.
Yes, well, we know about the game, and it was a very important game, of course.
Yeah.
But I think that Novak Djokovic plays chess, let's say Boris Becker, of course, at their time. So.
Sure.
And, well, this just confirms.
Boris Becker's favorite plan is Queen H5 and Bishop C4.
We were forced to play.
I was impressed with the determination he was hammering away with his plan.
But, there are a few recent games played by a world champion, which started in the same way.
Well, the games played by a world champion was gone much worse.
Yes.
The famous bomb cloud.
Yes.
Time to get back to these games.
How far would you go, in order to attract attention? How far can we go, actually? Like not to cross the border between the integrity of the game and the entertainment?
Well, I think integrity is the wrong word. If the move is legal, you play it. But King E2 is everything we tell every beginner in the game not to do, so it's hard to explain that one away. It's a bit provocative. It's a nice strategy, and I think there are no grounds to object to it. I mean, if you're willing to take the risk that you'll be blown away in 10 moves, go for it.
Okay.
So...
okay, but here we have classic, well, it's a hybrid. It's a rapid time control, but it allows you to spend some time in the opening phase. It's close to a classical time control.
Okay, so we have one of these modern lines, and they go A4, B5, and then white swings around and wins this pawn. And in fact, black didn't really stand a chance. He lost the pawn very quickly, and he's just a clear pawn down now. I think the drawing margin exists, but this should be just lost for black.
I'm trying to recall my analysis in this variation because that's exactly the idea that we used in the previous game. A5 came from this line, yes, A4. But this is a very impressive performance by Chinese players.
Yes.
Are they going to win their fourth match? So let's say...
well, let's see the other boards, but yes, this looks bad for the Netherlands already. Barmadam, I don't think has real compensation for this pawn. So at best, he can hope. The best he can hope for is something equality. So,
do you have something more here? But how do you react in this position?
Okay, so what we see is that white is a pawn down.
Maybe queen b4.
Queen b4. I'll take on b2.
Oh, okay. But
it's important to eliminate the bishop.
No, but don't we have bishop f6 first?
Okay,
then?
so we'll see that. So I play rook b2 and then I simply move the queen. Even if white were to get back the pawn, it's only equality. But you're saying bishop takes f6.
First.
Fine, let me take.
And now, let's say bishop, queen b4.
Okay, and
I want to take on d5 and to play with my bishop.
Fair enough. Let me go knight e5.
So knight d5, I will go knight f3, but I have king h1.
No, I have this intermezzo because
yes.
now you'll have to give me the bishop like this, because if you don't...
No, of course you will take on d5.
It's blocked, yeah.
Yes.
No, I'm just pointing it out. But
it was not obvious because I blundered it, of course, at first.
Then I can also poke your rook like this, and maybe there's g5 coming. And so I think this one's extremely... The only question is if you can find a way to keep the extra pawn, because I don't see any other issues. Let's see the remaining boards. Again, seems like what you would say is white is slightly better here. Two bishops and a little pressure. And there's a nice trick here. If you do this, then I have the famous
bishop h7.
the Greek sacrifice. And the fork collecting this.
So Chinese are better on every board? Okay, what is
Yes.
okay, first board? No, here Jordan is a pawn up, but probably
It might be a forced draw, right?
Yes.
If I do this, I don't know if you play king f1 or something. I mean, there are many games like this just are forced draws. So I might go rook c4. Even if you go rook a5, you might give a check. Check.
I'm not sure. I don't want to give a check. If I want to try something in this position, especially that you played f5, I want to take on a7 and keep your king on.
So how do you want to do it? This?
Rook a5, yes.
So I take this.
And rook a7, okay.
Yeah.
Of course,
take this one.
It's not easy, but.
And now black has to run.
Yes,
this
you
pawn.
have. Yes, you have to do this. So I can play e4.
Okay, and let me play h5.
Should I start with... Can I start with king d2?
Yes. What the hell? Let me play rook f4 just to divert your rook king.
Okay, king e3. Then
I give a check.
King d3.
And I play h4.
Okay, and now how do I organize these things?
I mean,
no,
the other
but my
question
king
is after
already
king d2
close.
whether I could play rook g4 and try to go for this pawn, but it becomes... No, I can do it.
Can you?
Either you give me all three pawns.
Yes, but my king is quite close, so will I be able to...
But where will you go?
Let's say king c... No. Okay, king c3. And...
Long back, when I was training with John van der Weel, I would keep making this mistake, which you just did. I would say, let's say king c3. And he would say king c3. I'd say, yes, and what? No, you said king c3, so I said it. Very irritating joke. Anyway, okay, I take this one as well.
So a6.
But if you're on the 6th, you don't have time to shift the rook.
Yes.
So, and my H pawn is quite strong.
But then I don't have time for king b4, I think. So that's, I didn't know how to select. Let's say if I start with...
At least we can agree this is not a winning attempt.
No.
So...
Okay, can I start with... Yeah. But again, cannot play king b4 and rook b7 because you will have rook b2 check. That was the problem. I couldn't make it work.
Sure.
So maybe rook c7.
So he's gone h4. Let me refresh the page so we lose this analysis a bit. Yeah. And it could be just some forced draw after rook c1. I don't know.
And isn't it better to keep two rooks here? For example, can you start with rook d7?
I think
or rook d3. No, rook d3. Maybe rook d3 is better.
And if I go rook d5?
Sorry.
It is a bit of a stretch, but just...
Yes, okay, you have rook d5 here, but then rook a3 or...
Then I have rook e2.
Then you have rook e2, yes, rook d2.
And then if I do this...
Can I go rook c2?
I don't think so, because I have rook e7. And suddenly your own king is. So this is the problem with this thing. But I don't know if you can't do king g7 and how I'm supposed to make progress. That's why I said, I mean, all this is... This line has been played umpteen times. And so if you find that people are offering a rook exchange a pawn down, it's probably been worked out to a draw.
But so given a choice, well, of course, that you know, like all of the positions, you would keep two rooks here or you will exchange? Might be very interesting also lesson for our viewers.
I don't know what I would do if I think both are equal. I might keep 4 rooks. 4 rooks I think is easier to play. Then you don't need to calculate specific lines.
That's what I was thinking.
But anyway, thanks to this game, I think we can conclude that China is putting a lot of pressure in this match. And I don't see any game where something nice is happening.
Okay, so they're on the way.
He took.
Oh, he took immediately on d5.
Yeah,
okay,
so. And that's fair enough because he's going to get... actually, my idea was to play knight e5 and let him take the pawn. But can I throw in something like knight e3? Or is bishop f7 just good? Bishop f7 check. I have to take the king and there's nothing special that you can do. So if you take here, then I'm going to claim that maybe queen
a queen e6, you don't want to play...
Oh no, but queen f4 check and...
I wanted to play queen e5, it's here.
Yeah, also I could just step back to g8 and that isn't a knockout blow. Fine.
So what haven't we covered yet?
But I mean, rook takes d5 is a draw as well, so no big deal. This one, he's exchanged on a3, which of course avoids that problem that I mentioned. And how should white proceed? I like e4 actually.
Yes, but this is a very
right?
Of course, it's a very
theoretical idea. It's with dark bishop on f6 rather than knight on c6. But now the thing is, all black's choices are maybe slightly unpleasant. Here you have this slightly weak pawn. If he goes d4, I think you can play e5 and that...
Just open the diagonal first of all and sacrifice everything.
I have to check if this is hopeless, but because suddenly there's an attack here, but maybe this works.
But
it's not a clincher, but something.
You didn't want to start with queen h5, or there was something different?
Yeah, queen h5, but queen takes c1.
Queen takes c1, of course.
Now, I don't think there's a knockout here.
No.
So e4 looks like a good place to start. That's my analysis. So let's see what they've played. Yeah. Oh, h4. So he probably wants to provoke g6, come back and weaken it a bit. So that's where we are.
Issue we haven't paid enough attention to to the hosting team. Let's have a look at the match between Israel and United States of America. There was one game was drawn already, but I think there is a huge fight going on the first board. Only 14 minutes left for Maxim Rutstein, but how to assess this position?
Very easy. I would say black and resign. The clear conscience.
There's something I don't see. There's such a bad bishop on c8, and what are you supposed to do?
What is black's plan in this? It looks just horrible. I mean, if black plays queen h5, first of all, I could play something like bishop d4, but let's say I can even go bishop c5. So that I'm taking away that square. If you take on e5, I have this. Do I have? No, I don't have queen at 6 because you play queen a1, and I don't have a knockout. I have a draw, but not more.
Well, you can play queen g6 and bishop b7.
But queen g7, and then I'm.
I mean, if king h8, then you're winning after bishop b7, of course. Right. But then maybe you
so queen
shouldn't
h5,
give away.
At any rate, this is the current position, but it just, I assume.
So you wanted to have a look from the black's perspective. Sometimes it helps.
I thought I was refreshing the board, but that's the wrong cursor. Okay, here we are.
No, we don't have enough games.
We don't have it at all. No, we have it now. He has played queen h5. Maybe it's
black magic. So,
and what about if I go queen b2?
But why in b2? You want to protect on e2
Well, I want to
as
protect e2 and
of
e5.
course. So queen b2. Because bishop b4 allows queen a2 as tempo.
Also, queen d2, what's happening? You would take, I go bishop d4.
But am I forced to take? I wanted to play bishop d7 and at least bring a few pieces into play.
Yes. One second. If I go bishop d4, what are you doing?
Bishop d7.
You're not taking on e2?
No,
okay.
no, I don't want to take it. I need to.
But then I have queen e3, and it's just enjoyment, no?
Yes, but that was the assessment even at the beginning. So.
Yeah.
But you are that categorical. Yes, this is already lost.
I was happy to give one clear opinion about the position, because in every match I'm shuffling on both sides and it's unclear, and I was happy to finally have a position I could say,
okay, this
white's
is
winning.
It, yes.
Thank you very much. Let's move on. But I don't get it.
Of course, strategically, it's a terrible position.
Yes.
And I think, do you remember that you said that Hans-Moke Niemann would always consider the move g5? And I just had the look because I can guess that g5 was played, of course, at some point here.
To be fair, in the Catalan, it's the one position where it's allowed.
Yes.
But g5, for instance, there was a time when Magnus was playing knight d6 f5, if you remember.
I remember, yeah.
But that was with b5 thrown in as well, and he was willing to sack a pawn to do this and all. I'm surprised that he just followed up with f5.
Actually, I studied this position, and I had a look, of course, at g5, and I decided for myself that this is too much, because if things will not work out your way, then, well, you will be strategically lost. So I switched.
It's hard to conclude. The thing is, black has got a lot of space. He's got a lot of potential on the queen side, but on the king side. But white has the e5 square, and the question is, can white slowly untangle? However, this has happened. So Maxim went queen b2, queen g4, and now it's a bit slower because I don't see the knockout. If I play f3, I think that opens things up a bit more than I want. See, the advantage of bishop d4 is that after queen g4, which position are we talking about? Yeah, bishop d4 here. If queen g4, I can even offer the exchange of queens. And that was maybe the incentive.
I don't know if
anyway.
No, this is because I was looking for a small piece of information, because I don't know if you had a chance to have a look at the images on our screen, because we have to juggle between a few screens here. But this is, I think, one of the exceptions that we have here, because the captain of the Israeli team is Ilana David. You know, we are used to, captain, coaches, but here you have, the roles are reversed. You have, now you can have her, we can have a look. She is on your screen. She's supporting the team. She's very often present during the European Club Cup, so it's not very often that the roles are reversed. So you have Ilana David as the captain of the Israeli team, and she's so involved all the time. She's staying there. You can see she's playing with the players.
Right.
So how difficult this role is.
I think the word you're looking for is suffering as the player.
Suffering. But here,
maybe it's not suffering.
Maybe it's not suffering, because we were talking about the game between.
There's one thing here, which is that if EF3,
yes.
I can't play Rook F3 because Rook F8 would, I think, lower the advantage. But that's why I actually like this move. Because I'd like to play F3,
restricting
E takes F3.
the rook, yes.
So, I don't know, some random move. I play F3, Rook F3. No, I have the option to take with the rook because the F8 square is no longer available. Anyway, that was a thought. He played EF3, EF3.
But maybe that can be his next move, okay.
Well, he's winning it more thoroughly. He's going to go Queen D4, then he'll play G4, and then collect this pawn. And he is better, but I think there's more potential for some random moves for black.
And what is happening in
Onishchuk Nabati looks very solid for black. This was also Queen's Gambit, but old style. And you can see that white has a little bit of space. If you included queens, you might even say white has some attacking potential with this, but without the queens, I don't see.
This is typical position from the C3 Sicilian, as well, because you have this knight d5, knight c6, knight d4, aiming for the d6 square, and the queens have been traded. So yes, I think that black doesn't have any problem here.
And Unieski is better. Because this pawn is not going to survive long for this world, which means that actually this game, I think, keeps the US very much in the match. So
yes, then the match is balanced for the moment. If white will win on the first board, and then if Unieski will equalize, then okay, it will be a draw. But a lot of things still. We haven't. Did we show this? We didn't have a chance to show this. What happened in the game between Jules and David, because
Anton, okay.
Anton, sorry, because it was such a shocker for all of us, and this is a perfect illustration of what may happen.
Yes.
Can we get back to the game just for a second?
Sure.
And that's because
but how do we
just preload. Yes, the previous round.
The...
Yes, I think that you have to get back to the previous round. In the here. In the partie PGM here? Can we reload the previous round or not?
How do I do that?
Okay, let's not mess up with our games, but I think that we will be able to show it to you in the beginning of the next round. And should we spoil it or not? Because, let's say a rook was left hanging there. So.
But we have to thank our guest here who brought this to our attention.
Because everyone missed it, including the players. So this was.
I think both players had no idea because they were so focused on the fortress on the king side that they completely forgot that there was a rook hanging on the queen side. So
we will bring this to you. Yes.
Let's just quickly see what's happening in the India match. Oh, big concession. I mean, if you have to play F5, you're in trouble.
But why did he? Because knight f5 was a threat here?
Yes, I think he felt that knight f5 was coming. F5 gives a sense of lashing out. And
maybe there was something concrete?
there is a nice trap. If you go bishop e5, I want to take.
Yes, and d4.
And d4.
That's very important. But then maybe your next move is rook e4. Let's say you will not fall into the trap. You will make a...
That is possible, but it's still ugly.
You would want to play bishop f4, then g3, knight g2, maybe then bishop b5, knight f4. But it...
Yeah, that's a good point. So let's see. I go bishop f4. You go rook e4.
g3.
g3, and if knight e6, play knight g2. But I agree, this doesn't look quite as simple. So maybe he's just calculated well. He couldn't start with rook e4 because then the knight lands on f5 maybe.
And knight d6, yes, we should.
Yes, so it's coming to this nice square. Okay, so f5, and now what's happening? Can I go c4?
Yes, I was thinking about this move, and then if you take d5, but then we don't have time to play f4 here. Yes, bishop b4, knight d6, and then everything is hanging.
So if you do this, I take, and you go...
Knight d6.
But I have cd5.
cd5, yes. And this doesn't work.
Yeah.
And then if I will take on c4, you will play d5. Let's have a look at this variation. So take on d4, c4, d5, then bishop b7. Or maybe bishop b... Okay. You can even take with the rook and...
I can go here, bishop b7.
But then rook c4.
No, and then
bishop d5. Yes, okay, this doesn't work.
And I'm already threatening f4 here and so on. So if I come here, maybe f4 works.
But you don't have knight
b5.
d6.
And then
yes, b5. Yes. So this is not enough.
No, so...
Maybe this was just perfect
F5
calculation.
Was perfect. Modern chess, no general principles, just calculate all the way, yeah.
Well, we can all play by general principles, but at some point you will have to calculate at least, well, 1 or 2 moves, because this I'm not capable of. So what did you want to point out here?
No, I was suddenly trying to make a different plan work. I could do knight c2 and then try to get that. But it might be a bit slow. If you go rook e4, you might be playing f4 right away. I could go knight f1. So that if you go rook e4, I can challenge you right away with knight d2 and force you off the file. That gives me time to play bishop e5.
Although,
would you sack the exchange?
Yes, that's what I was thinking about. And actually wanted to take with the d. Yes, yes. Okay, now you know me well enough that I will go for all these dubious lines if I can create an attack.
What is dubious about pushing a bishop back?
And then...
But it's the thing, if black keeps lashing out, it might end badly for it. I don't know, fe3, and then you just charge
f3,
in f3.
Yes. But I'm never sure, like, how... Well, I think one of the most difficult things in chess is the evaluation. You know, I can think about these lines, and I am pretty sure that a lot of our viewers will identify with this, because. But then how exactly you how precise are you in your evaluation? So I can think, okay, there's enough, but computer will say, okay, he will laugh at you at some point. I'll say this is not enough. So
yes, I mean, we all see beautiful ideas, but there are plans and there is execution, so that's very important.
But here, for example...
Also, just to throw this out, I wanted to say that this is also a plan. The bishop sits on c4 and you have a different kind of fortress. But maybe this one is weaker because I'll break through with f3 and slowly undermine your...
But the thing is that you're talking in terms of fortress, because I was actually looking for a way to win this game. So it's a different approach. That's why.
But what if I start with bishop e5? And I know you're getting a headache from these arrows. Take them up.
Yes, at some point I don't even see like what is the square. That's the point where I start to blunder because I'm not even sure.
So let's say I go bishop e5. Now I'm threatening to tuck the thing away. If you go knight g5, what can I do? Queen g3.
I want to play f3.
Rook g4. And controversial move, but I am threatening f3. So.
How can I activate? Like, can I play knight e4 here?
Allowing f3.
Yes, and I want to take on g2. I'm not sure if it works. No, but the bishop on c6 is very passive. I need to bring it to a better square, so this is not enough.
What about f4? So I play f3 and then you go
rook g3. And
maybe
if
bishop f4 wins.
Yes, if you take on f4, then what happens? Well, this is how my games against Arkady Naiditch would go, normally. It's knight h3.
You have to, this is actually this is a funny draw. And if you go here, actually, I don't know, bishop b5 check wins.
Yes.
I mean, works. Luckily, you have c4. But in a worst case scenario, I could... should I take on c4 first? And is that winning?
But, you mean then, okay, you cannot take on g3, of course you have c3, but if I take...
That got out of hand. Okay, hang on.
No, but that's what I wanted to say. Have you played against Arkady Naiditch?
Yes, I have played against him.
I
remember your match in Dortmund.
Oh my God! No. That's what I wanted.
I'm sorry,
to
I didn't want to bring it up, but you did.
But that's what I wanted to tell you. But that's the feeling that I was getting. That I thought that everything was under control. Okay, I would win in 1 pawn and 2 pawn, and then I was getting mated in every game. That's exactly the scenario of our games. I would think that that's a lovely square in e5. Okay, I will take a pawn, and these knights were jumping, and I was getting mated.
To be honest, when I started out, I was going to explain why this doesn't work for black, and then I suddenly knight g3. But maybe I can just step aside with the king. Where? King h1.
So you would start with king h1, and then...
perhaps there's an argument for... Sorry, no, I didn't want to go that far back. And I've lost the plot again. King h1 or maybe queen h4 here.
But as you can see, we've spent so much time analyzing this position, so it's not easy.
Yes.
This is far from easy. And
well, here we are. So it wasn't wasted time. So they have... let me just refresh this board. No, I don't even want 20 things.
It was not yours. Yeah. Okay. Let's just leave it here, because I was not sure. Yes.
And what happened to this thing? I have to...
You sound more and more like Frederick. Do you know this, by the way? Because he's looking at his computer, he wants to send me a file. He says, but where's the file? So yes, we will have...
But where is the...
Where's the file?
Where is the file?
Yes, we will get the games back in a few seconds, of course. But meanwhile, you have the position in front of you. And so
we were thinking of knight g5, and we were thinking of knight d2 here.
Yes, because we need to download the games once again, of course. So knight d2.
But perhaps there's a simpler way, like queen g3, you have rook g4, queen h3. Yeah.
So in this format, which like before, yes, of course, we will concentrate on the game in real time. Can we talk about favorites? For example, who would be, like, now that we know that Chinese players, they're freakishly strong and they've won the first 3 matches and they might actually win the 4th one. no one was counting, on them, betting on them in the beginning of the tournament.
Yeah, the players were unknown quantities in a way, and we didn't know what to expect, but they've done a great job so far. They've had their share of luck, but in this time control, that's part and parcel of the game, of course.
Yeah. So then...
I don't have it still.
Yes, I know we'll still have to wait for a second, because I think that the games disappeared magically, and then I will ask you another question, which I haven't asked you yet. So we were talking about your new function, and of course with the great responsibilities that come with. But I was thinking, is it possible then in the future that, because I was thinking about Max Savy, of course, that you would go even further? And you would become a FIDE president and revolutionize the chess world?
My first reaction is to quote Yes Minister or Yes Prime Minister, where you're never supposed to show ambition for the next stage. I think for the moment, let's say I'm learning the ropes, and I'll see where that takes me. It would be funny to, I think, join as Deputy President, already start talking of your next goal. Well, I would like to actually do something now.
Of course.
So let's just say I'll take it.
It's not even the goal. I think it's like it's a possibility.
Thank you.
Of course, because I think that sometimes we just brush things away and you say, okay, no, this is not something I'm looking for. But I think that there have been only 7 presidents, I think 7 FIDE presidents so far. So it will allow you also to leave your mark, not only like in chess history as a player, but also in chess history maybe as a person.
Let's say I'll cross that bridge when I get to it, and for the moment, I think actually the post of Deputy President gives me very interesting possibilities as well.
Okay, now we have our games.
Yeah, we have our games back.
The games are back. So
top board in Spain versus Ukraine is going to be a draw.
French are winning or not? Let's just have a quick look at this match, because it's not easy to win matches on demand.
Yeah. Maxime is better. Oh, wow. Though I think...
is this... you have... What do you have here? Do you have rook b6? But then bishop f7.
Well, then queen takes d7,
yes, of
right?
course.
Yeah.
So you can do this.
You can play queen c4 check, king g1, but then I don't have a follow-up because b8 is being attacked. Queen takes c4 check, king g1, rook e8 might be...
Oh, okay, let's show it. Yes,
yeah.
So here, white just
in fact,
the
sorry, this might be fine. But he's gone queen c4 check, has he? Yes. King g1 and then rook e8. And if anyone's better, it's black. The open king means that you're not home, but...
okay, and that's just happened, of course.
Yes. So what are my ways to go about this? I take, you take, and some decent square, f5 or... but it's quite crucial that black starts with queen c1 check, and because this protects h6, but also stops queen g3 check because I can play queen g5, and so it gives me a bit of a buffer. I can play queen g5 actually here. If I can get rid of these arrows for a second, I could play queen g5. Because if we take this, then I have bishop d7 because of the pin. So some tricks like this. I don't know how easy a win this is, because you would take this one and then I would take there, and it might not be a trivial win. But
well, they just need 2.5 in this match.
Yes.
So what is happening on the third board?
Okay, Tehran is probably winning.
So,
I mean, I would play rook c2, but I think after rook f2, everything's under control. Lagarde, actually, is he winning? Is he better?
oh, he's a pawn up, yes? like for the
Not for long,
And
unless he wants to sack the exchange. So
yes, knight b6 was played. Of course, that was the last move in the position,
Yeah.
and not sure he wants to take on b3 here.
yeah.
But then knight c4,
So
attacking
not
on
at all
d6.
clear, I think,
Yes,
at this
it's not
stage.
clear.
White has all these pieces after it comes here are hammering this pawn, and
Okay.
I'm not even sure black is equal. He might be worse.
Oh, really? After knight
Yeah.
c4? So maybe he considers cb3 here? But then you can sack the exchange back. You can play rook d6 and bishop b5. I don't know. Is it possible?
I don't know. Can I start with this? You play bishop takes
Yes.
c3. Now, I don't know, I take this. Does that work?
Okay, can I take on c8 first?
If you take on c8, I take on c1. I mean d2, sorry.
d2. And... But what is your square? If
You can take
No, if I play knight b6,
knight b6.
yes, where
Oh,
do
that
you
is
go?
cute, but still, I think after rook b8.
Are you sure? I have maybe bishop a5.
Yeah. Can I go knight takes f3?
Don't tell me that you saw it from the very
No,
beginning. You're just trying to make you to swindle your way out of this
I will
position.
stipulate that I only saw this far. I only saw this far, but I'm just winging it. If king f3, I can take this.
And queen b7, yes.
Yeah. And if queen f3, you cannot play queen f3 because of
We have queen a2.
queen a2, and then you have to choose again. But knight b6, well, that's probably what he's thinking of, c3. Because if you do some random move after that, I
Knight
think
c4.
knight c4, and this is just pleasure for white to play.
No, but,
Rook on d5, h4, g4, and
I thought about c takes b3, but this is not enough. You will have 2 pawns for the exchange, but you have f4 at your disposal. I don't know. Let's try this. Just
Yeah,
a
so I
second.
take, you take.
and
I'll just take it.
take it. And
You
if you take it, I was thinking about
It
giving
might
it
be
back.
reasonable compensation. I mean, you can.
Can I play rook d6?
Yes.
Yeah.
And you are attacking g6
Yes.
as well.
And queen e5. I think this might be devastating.
Well, so I play e4. You
Rook
go
g6.
rook g6 check, and my king will have to come out to the center somewhere. But
So I have rook f6.
yeah, and I cannot
rook
go to the h
f5.
file because of rook g7 check. So this
No,
might
no,
actually be enough. Yeah.
This is terrible.
Yes. And
But so then rook d8, knight c4.
maybe knight takes b3 is.
Knight b3.
But you take this. I capture. No, I wanted to say I have knight d4. But again, why would you do this?
Yes.
It's not a winning try. But I think c3 might be better than cb3.
But then what happened in the game? I think a few moves have been played, and we will stop it there. So he decided to go for a passive defense. Yes, rook c6 and rook
Yes,
e6.
it is solid. He has e4, but I play rook d5 now, and then I play h4 here, rotate the bishop to a3, to e3. In fact, South Africa might be putting heavy pressure here. And Maxime is winning.
Maxime
because
is
his pawn
winning
on b6
already,
is bad, and he should clinch this. And Laurent is doing fine as well. We discussed this line, queen c1 check,
Yes.
queen g5.
So he's thinking about it. So they will probably win the match, but for the moment it's there is a very close fight on the fourth board, and on the third board it was compromised already. Yes, Tigran, you told me he was much better.
Yes.
So we'll have a quick look here. Yes, rook c2.
So rook c2,
and,
rook f2, it did
f2
happen,
was
rook
played,
a7.
Okay. So what is... Okay. Let's have a look at the match between China and Netherlands, because I think Black
Okay.
is winning on the second board. Is it possible? I haven't seen it. No.
No, second board,
it's
white is
white.
winning.
White.
Well, white is better, I think.
No, that was not the board that I was.
No, Vamadam lost
Yes.
to Beijing. So
he
that's on
lost,
third
yes.
board, yeah?
On third board. So he lost already.
Yes.
Okay, he took on d5, and then how did he lose the game? What did we oversee something after knight d5?
Oh, simply rook
Yes.
takes d5.
Yes.
Yeah, that was easy enough. So he blundered.
He simply blundered rook d5, and then they
Oh, that
couldn't
was just
take
very
on
simple,
on
actually.
queen
Yeah,
c4.
quite annoying we didn't point it out. So that was game over. And
I think you
maybe
went
white's
for h5.
better, but it's knight f8, and then I don't know if my best bet is queen h4, just not to overthink, or because of g4, queen f6, g5, queen out, queen a1 or something, it might not. Well, let's see. I think you could play g5, sorry.
g5 here.
Because I don't have a g6 luckily, so you have this move. But then I could play f5.
But then maybe we shouldn't rush things.
Yeah,
or
g4 is not necessary.
Could you start with f5 here? Yes. Then you will play e5 probably, yes? Because after e takes bishop f5, I was not sure how you will deal with a few threats.
I would probably play e5. He's gone bishop d3. Very sensible pause move. But black is kind of okay, I think. Queen f6 and or d4 is very much a game.
Okay. Well, all matches are
Maxime has
still
won
in
already.
progress. Okay, Maxime
That was winning,
scored
so
a very
no winner.
important victory, of course, and I think so. Let's get back to the other group.
Let's see this one. Kirill is better, but not by a lot. Alexei, well, it's fire on board again. But queen f1, and what's the... Go knight g2. Yeah, so queen f1. Knight g2, what do I have? Oh, rook f2, game over. And bishop g2,
Bishop g2, rook h4.
No, queen f2 is over. Oh, queen b5.
Yeah, it's even
Many
better,
moves
yes,
are
of
winning.
course, yes. So,
Knight g2 and now rook f2.
Alexei Shirov is about to win his game.
Wait a minute.
But after rook f2...
Queen f1, if I had gone bishop g2, I mean, I don't think you want to simplify,
But
though
why?
you are winning, right?
Yes, so I would play rook h4 here.
Yeah, but my point, I thought queen b5, because knight f3 check, I assumed this is winning, but suddenly I realized, oops. So,
You still have rook e2, I think.
yeah,
And then queen f7.
sure, but I think this might clinch it. Just a
Queen
piece up.
f2 is more precise. And
So queen
What
f1,
happened?
and this is going to end pretty quickly.
no, because I think we have a few more moves.
Oh, he's gone knight g2,
Knight
rook f2, d3, and then he's just taken this.
Okay, this is hopeless,
Yeah.
of course, for black.
I mean, c6 looks like a pretty decent start, so... But basically every move wins.
So I've been looking for a position where I can say that this is hopeless. This is my only chance to declare that white will win.
Quickly, no progress here. Rothstein is... Oh, if Niemann has found some kind of fortress? Is this a fortress? It might be.
Well, you shouldn't take on f5, of course. But even then,
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Like,
But,
probably
it
you
is
can go
this one,
from the
right?
other side.
No, but you cannot play... You cannot make progress here. Oh, that would be quite simple.
Because if you will bring your king to the other side...
Let's have a
that
quick
will
look
be-
at how
yes.
this went so bad. Of course, c5 and bishop c6. And now you have some counterplay. Again, you see the main aim is to swap as many...
But this was a very clever defense.
Yeah.
c5, bishop c6, activating your bishop, and then, okay.
And then, I thought he had gone rook g2, but he gave it one more twirl and then went here. So, creditable save there. which means that Israel's chance might depend on this match, but this here Israel is only hoping to draw it. So let's check the India match now.
So for the moment, the match is looking quite gloomy for the Israeli team, yes?
It's equal.
Well, but they
need
cannot
a
win.
They
yes,
cannot
they
win,
cannot
yeah.
win it.
It was a big
of
missed
course,
chance,
because they needed to win this match.
And Nehal, Rook B1 happened, Knight A7 happened, and then how did this go? Why did he go Rook C8? But he could move the knight. Knight E8, C7 if he wanted.
I always overestimate Black's position here. I always have the feeling that Black is winning. It doesn't matter how many pawns you will take on the queen side, but it's not that simple, of course. How to evaluate this?
It's not only you. I think all E4 players have this dread of winning a lot of pawns on the queen side and thinking, I've just wasted time while action is happening here.
So what do you think is happening here?
I think white is better, but black will have his tricks, especially if he's not in a big hurry. But white is threatening c4, c5. So if I play bishop takes f3, you take to the g-pawn, and rook g7, and you try to get something going here.
Okay, let's try. Can you play rook c3 first?
If I go rook c6, you continue rook a3, and you say that no big deal here. Of course, I could even go rook e3, right? Yeah, rook c3 is a good move. Maybe I have to play bishop d3 just to
cement
this, yeah.
And now, what can I try here? I have to improve my knight, but I cannot find the route. It's a very strange position. Can I play something like...
Okay, but let me just go back for a second here, because this was very dramatic. He's gone knight h2.
What game is this?
This is with it. But you see that white has been sort of outplayed temporarily. I could go knight g5, for instance. And it's not easy for you to defend this one.
So how did he sacrifice the exchange? What was the position where he took...
So this one happened. Bishop e1, knight e6. He went queen d1, not knight d2.
Yes.
And after g4,
okay, so
I mean, it's quite courageous and unnecessary.
Unnecessary.
I could go rook f7, and the problem is this knight no longer has any decent path out. So I have bishop b5. I could go rook f8, bishop b5, and it's risk-free.
But it was
this is courageous.
It was a very creative trial. Let's see.
In fact, couldn't I even just play fg3? It's still a pawn.
You mean knight g3, rook f3?
Correct.
You're going for this?
Or knight g3. I don't know. Can I do this? Or will you play queen g4? You play queen g4.
Queen g4, knight f3, and then...
And if I do this? And maybe, no, I have rook f2 check. Something like this just keeps things going. But I don't see any argument against rook f8, to be honest. This knight is horrible. White is basically outplayed himself, right? I go bishop b5, rook c8.
You have knight g5, of course.
Yeah.
Yes, you're right. Yes.
But after this, he went to d3, rook d1. I could still play knight g5, because the thing is you can't come back to f2, because I go knight h3 check.
Yes.
So if I did this, white has a lack of...
coordination. Let's say king g2 first, and then maybe queen e1.
And...
queen d5?
Queen f2.
And then queen f2, and then...
I would like to wait a bit, because if you go queen f2, I'm going to play bishop f3, or knight f3, or bishop f3 check, queen g4.
Queen g4. But what is a useful move here?
Yes, that is also what I'm wondering.
I was thinking about...
Has this happened, or are they analyzing?
No. Like, I think knight g5 is on the board right now.
Knight g5 and king g2. It's not great, but what else to do? But it's a kind of zugzwang. I mean, white can play rook d2, but then he has to go back to d1. So as long as my queen is on d7, I am targeting g4. So what can I do in the meantime? Can I go b5, a5, b4 or something? Or I play bishop a4, bishop c2, but that's a bit of a miss.
Yes.
Hey, wait a minute. King g2, I go d2.
And bishop a4.
Bishop a4 is coming.
So
when you go queen f2, now
and
I
now
take
you
the knight.
sacrifice. Okay. Just you scared me.
What did I do?
It dawned on you, that there is this idea, d2, and you started like gigoté, what French would say.
And after d2, if I go e6,
But
I mean, I could even play knight takes f3. No, you have queen. No, you don't have queen d8 check. You have rook. No, you don't have any rook d8 check. So I have bishop takes f3 in this.
No, maybe
okay.
should we? We
Yeah,
should just
we
show
should
the
show
variation,
this
of
one,
course, then, because it's a very.
So the idea
if
was, if you give a check, then I come here. If you do this, now I play queen e2 check.
Queen f2 and bishop f3, of course.
Yeah. Though white still has king g1 here, and I would have to. Well, this may not be a bad.
Yes, queen e4.
And rook
yes,
d4 is
rook
there.
d4. Yes.
No, then I have queen b1 check, queen f1. Yeah. Wow.
So this is.
So in fact, it might
Not
not
winning.
be the best. E6. If I play knight e6, which is my other idea, then you have queen f2.
And
So what could I do after e6? He has gone king g2, so we will know now. Okay, if d2, you have e6.
And if I play queen d3, you play queen f2.
And I'm attacking d2.
Yes, you're attacking d2. There's no way for me to protect it. So maybe d2 was a bit hasty.
e6, queen e6, rook d2. My God.
Here. How much time does he have left? Okay, both players have a little
Yeah, d2, e6. Wow. This is crunch time.
Might actually win this.
Yes.
If black doesn't find anything decisive, then white is the next change up. So knight e6, queen f2. But then can I go back, knight g5? You will take rook d2, yes, here.
Okay, let's try one more thing. It's so in this line, king g1. Sorry, here. If I take, what do you do? Well, okay, sorry, rhetorical question. I go here, g2, and I play f3 check. So
I cannot play king f1.
you cannot play king f1. You cannot even play king
Yes.
h1 because I'll go check and queen c1 check. Or I might, I will go queen c1 check. So you're left with king h3. Now if f2 check, you have king g2. But if I start with queen e2, you don't have any obvious thing, and I'm threatening mate. So you have to decide. You have to play queen g3. Then I play f2. Okay, this has all happened. And now you don't have this queen d3 check. So if you go rook f thing, I think I'm better in the queen ending. It's not winning, but I'm better. So let's see if they see all that. Because unlike us, they are in pressure.
They're in real trouble.
Real trouble, no time on the clock. Rook d2 has happened. So let's see what happens here.
So knight f3. Yes. Is the,
but
he played king h7.
Yakuboyev, king h7 is brilliant. I did consider it because it keeps this damage. But I thought I just move the rook and what happens. But it's a majestic move. King h7 is brilliant. Oh, sorry, I don't need to do that. I have it here in the main notation. Because of rook f2, your queen can't move at all. So you're stuck totally.
But then...
and if queen here, then knight takes f3 as before, as we mentioned.
But then after rook f2, let's say, well, of course, my queen is stuck there, but can you increase the pressure? Let's say, what are you going to do? a5, b5, what queen is 3?
Well, why not b5?
Let's say b5 first. What is my next move, of course?
Oh, wait a minute. No, I have something much better than this. Queen e1, and you can resign.
Oh,
because I'm pinning against the queen. I'm pinning against the queen, and you can't move a muscle. This is actually Nimzowitsch. This is Zugzwang.
Oh, this is such a beautiful
See, remember this
position,
famous Zugzwang where he plays h6, right?
Yes.
And this is another Zugzwang. You can move your queenside pawns, but in the end you'll have to move a piece and resign. No, but that means then king h7 is a fantastic move.
What happened
and that
there?
Is,
I think there was like just the whole match.
Radek beat Rajabov. So that is a big game. Let's see what happened there. c6, f4, queen b6 indeed. Bishop e3. We didn't look at this very much because I kind of assumed that it was equal. But well done by Radek. He managed to keep a slight edge. And though this doesn't look like black has messed it up, but wow,
g7.
G7 check. That was the key trick. And f5, and then brilliancies.
Okay, this was a very beautiful game. But you know that like the few matches were finished already.
This one backfired for Yannick Igor. So in fact, Poland did not win the match.
Well, I'm
unless Bartel is still able to do something, but if anything, he looks to be in trouble. Maybe he'll hold it.
You know, Visha, I have 3.5 half for France. Then I have 2.5 half for Netherlands. So China already won their match. There is still a game in progress, one game in progress. So we can clearly say that Netherlands is out and South Africa is out as well, because it doesn't matter what will be the result tomorrow.
The qualifiers are known, yeah.
Yes, in Group A.
Yes, and how is the US doing?
And Spain drew against Ukraine, so we will have the standings after. Of course.
And Niemann has saved this.
We have
Onishchuk might be just worse against Nabati, because if is he going to lose his knight? Yeah, then it's lost.
So after a5, he cannot stop the pawn.
Correct.
Let's see.
How did that happen? So this was equalish, but then suddenly.
Well, that's a classic scenario, you know.
Yeah, and then suddenly, and resigns. Wow, that was. So Nabati is the MVP for Israel. I think he scored a lot of the crucial wins, and boom, here he is. And Tigran won, and Lagarde held.
So then, if Tamir Nabati wins this game, they might win the match.
Oh, Shevchenko beat Anton. So that means that he is compensated for Shirov's win. So Spain draws Ukraine. But like we said, it doesn't matter in that group. Is that the group? Yeah, it doesn't matter, right? Because
no, here it does matter. For example, if Israel wins, they still have they have theoretical chances to qualify tomorrow. Let's say that was.
No, I meant Spain and.
No, in the group A, yes.
Well,
it doesn't matter, of course. In this group, we know for sure that which are the teams they will qualify for tomorrow. But here,
we know maybe which are the teams which will go for the excursion in a couple of days.
Yes, there's an excursion.
There's a tour of Jerusalem.
Yes, there is a tour of Jerusalem, of course.
Maybe not the worst result if you can still get to see this lovely city. Okay.
Were you betting?
Nihal has done some magical stuff, and it may not be enough.
But wait a second.
He went queen g3 and then it just resigns. Okay, so that off. Oh, so India might need this. Oh, then India is losing.
Are you sure?
Yeah, sorry, because, I assume no, what happened?
No, because
Oh my God, rook
you have the
d4.
fourth.
Sorry, he didn't go for rook f2, of course. Yeah, rook d4. And they got to this line, which we analyzed earlier. And maybe he'll hold this, but yeah, maybe it's just holding. But then if Nihal has lost,
The fourth part?
Abhijit is lost as well.
Abhijit is lost as well. Okay, so
yeah, it's just a piece down, so that did not go well. Also, India is in some. This is a bad result for India. If Uzbekistan beats us, but Azerbaijan drew with Poland. But we still have good odds because one of the other teams can only tie with us. And Israel and the US, if they draw, then...
No, but Israel might win. Yes, Israel might win the match today, so they will have...
Because of Nabati, yeah. Yes. So then Israel catches up with India, and then I don't know, is India-Israel still pending? Which match is pending for us? Okay.
Yes, we have a few matches still pending in this group. So Poland just drew, and yes, okay, these are the last games of the round.
Yeah.
Because everything else is finished in the other group. You have only Dili playing against Robikavlishvili, but it will not make any difference.
Yeah.
So what do we have? Hell?
I think, Onishchuk is going to lose this.
And
Yunieski is this is it a draw?
I don't know. Let's see.
You can torture for a long time. I mean, you take the king and queen forward, but you feel that black should have the checks.
Yes, of course.
Moment,
and the bishop is of the wrong color, of course.
Yes.
That's the main, probably, factor. How can you win? You need to bring your king to...
Yes. And, then if Navati wins, the match goes to Posny, and he has to save it for Israel. Azerbaijan, as we said, drew.
Azerbaijan drew, and...
and India got wiped out to Uzbekistan. So we've already lost that match, and with it, we'll save the draw, but nothing more.
So this is the only game that... Let's concentrate on the game between... they're going to play for a long time, but I think that's still going to be a draw, yes.
Well, because the US has to, right? They have to try that game. Because otherwise they lose those points. So likely, though, that Israel catches up with India.
But let's say... No, but India lost, so Israel will win. They will be on 4 points. So Azerbaijan drew.
Azerbaijan will be on 5.
Yes,
there'll be 2 teams on 4.
And then, but
everyone else behind.
Just a second. Uzbekistan.
And the other 2 of them on 3, yeah.
Because Uzbekistan won, so there will be...
Uzbekistan 6.
6, yes. 5.
Azerbaijan 5, India and Israel 4. And US and Poland 3.
Okay, so everything is going to be decided tomorrow.
The last 2 spots are still available, though Uzbekistan is qualified. Who's Azerbaijan playing tomorrow?
Well, we will have...
Yeah, we should see the drawing.
Yes, we will have
what are the pairings
But I think, let's say, United States can no longer qualify.
Why not?
Because they have only 2 points, so you think with 4 points you'll be able to qualify?
But did they lose today? Oh, they would have lost to Israel. Sorry,
yes.
Poland drew with Azerbaijan. Correct, excuse me, I confused. So the US is out.
Yes.
Which means Poland is 1 point behind us, so they could still overhaul either India or Israel. That would be the...
Here you have the pairings. We have Azerbaijan against Israel, Uzbekistan against Poland, and United States against India. So it's crucial for India to win this match.
Correct.
Well, anyway, we will show them, of course, on your screens once the round is completed. So this...
It's not. Actually, it depends on Poland, Uzbekistan as well. Because India is in the green zone, the qualification zone, if you like. And Poland has to catch up to us. So even a draw might serve India well unless Poland beats Uzbekistan. So same with Azerbaijan, Israel. If Azerbaijan beats Israel, or so, you know, it's a very tight group, and tomorrow is quite exciting.
Yes, so
in the other side, there's nothing.
Of course, yes, because on the other side, yes, everything has been decided, but here the intrigue is still alive. So, of course, stay with us, and well, tomorrow is another exciting round. So what is going on in this game? Is it a draw, or are you going to win with black anyway?
Ooh, suddenly I see that it's not trivial, and maybe because of his time he's playing it. Because
he might lose
Queen G3, okay, for the moment I think that should be okay.
But Queen E4? How can you...
Well, then I have...
King H3, you have...
Queen G3, I think, yeah, you should have started with
Queen
King
H1.
H3, right? No, King H3, Queen H1 is resigns. If King H2, you take on G4.
I'll take on H5 as well, so...
No, I'll go Queen E5 check, and you have King H4. Oh, King F2 is just even resigned, sorry. So you had to go to H2, yeah. Okay, but now Queen. This is...
B4.
Yeah, that's a tough move to miss.
This is such a classy move also.
Yeah. Oh, it's a pity. Just when you start relaxing, you realize...
this is not a draw.
Yeah. Well, it was alert. At what page did this one slip away?
Well, he gave the pawn on A7, but activated his king, and here B5 and King
B5.
G5.
And...
Queen F2 was played probably here, no?
And probably quite fast. But actually the position is incredibly dangerous, right? I mean, I just mentally made a couple of moves. Maybe Queen F3 was still possible. But then Queen F4. And the problem with King H3, there's always when you try not to make a move, you have Queen C3 check. And if Queen G3...
B4?
Just oops. Again, just oops. No, I have King G2 here, so it might not be that bad.
But okay, now I can check you. Where are you going?
Threatening a mate of my own.
Yes, but okay, let's show it. Okay, just for fun of it, yes, because Queen A5 is mate, of course.
This is how Almira has fun. But so I think King H3, and maybe this is just doing the trick. Okay, let's try Queen B2 check. But I'm threatening Queen H4 as well, so you don't have the luxury of doing that. So it is only this move that lost it.
So Queen F2 was the move, was the decisive mistake in this,
and B4,
this game.
And, that's a very bad, tough day for India. 3.5.
There's one game which is still on, yes, between Evgeny Posnay and Ines Kipizade.
Which is quite crucial,
yes,
actually.
Yes.
If Black can hold us, then...
Can you bring your king to h6? So this is impossible. Let's see, king f4, king g5.
Oh, sorry.
You will need to have your queen on f8 somewhere. But
just a minute.
Yes.
Let me go here.
King g5. And king h7.
Oh, then you will go queen f4. Queen c5 check. And then you go king f6. Yes. So that might not work out. Hang on. Bishop c4. Did he play queen a7 check? No, not yet. We're analyzing this, right? It's just king e3 so far.
Yes, because Queen A7, you have to keep an eye on G4. So when I will play King F4, you will play Queen G4 and then back.
Yeah, wait. So you go King F4 now. Okay, he's actually gone King F8. Which to me looks risky because there's a possibility of queen trade, but let's show what is Black's defense setup.
Yes.
You do this. I think his defensive setup is actually just to go for G5.
Yes.
And the thing is, after G5...
You're not in time, I think.
With what?
Like with white.
Yes,
Yes,
correct.
you want, yes.
So you cannot go Queen D4. But you want to go to some nice square, maybe Queen B8, just keeping Black in the box. And if I do this,
I will ask if we can get the game, you know, that we need it.
oh, he's... Now it's a draw. All you have to do is to play G5 check. I mean G5 and... No, is it... this is what we discussed earlier, King F6
Yes.
and it's a draw, yeah. So, but he's starting with G5.
Now, unfortunately, we cannot have a game, but I hope that we can prepare it, a special video clip for tomorrow. And then we can, we'll talk about what happened in the match.
Yeah, so King G6. Now, if I took this, you would play King G5. Now, H4 is a big threat, so your only way to do anything is this.
But then
I go H4, G4, H3, and you're just short of time to return. So G5 was nice. Yeah, so that saves the match for Israel, which means that thanks to Nabati, Israel now gets through. And it went quite badly for India, and that means now Israel and India are tied for third, fourth, with Poland still in the action.
Okay, but we will bring the visuals in a minute.
Yeah.
So I think it's always important to see them. Well, he's so nervous, but there's no way
anymore,
that he can stop the pawn.
I mean, G4, King F4 is even more cruel, probably. Yeah, and it's a draw.
And H1 knight. Okay, the draw was agreed, and we will bring you the standings and the results. Even after such an intense fight, they still find a few moments to analyze the game.
Actually, probably because they cannot hold it back anymore. There must have been so many missed chances. But very exciting games.
So this concluded the fourth round of the preliminary stage, and here are the results. So Spain drew against Ukraine, and Netherlands lost against China, and this match was very important for Netherlands if they wanted to stay in the race, so they are out. And France beat South Africa, so South African team can no longer qualify also for the final stage of this event. Let's have a look at the result of the Pool B. Here, we have the standings of the Pool A, so just to... the evidence to support, yes, everything. So China is on clear first, and let's have a look at the Pool B.
Yes.
Israel won a very important match against the United States of America. India suffered actually a huge defeat, 3.5-half by Uzbekistan, and Poland drew against Azerbaijan. So let's have a look at the standings in this group. so everything is still open. Uzbekistan is qualified.
Right.
The United States of America can no longer qualify, I think. So, and well, there are four teams in contention for the last three sports.
Right. 5 teams and 4. Something to look forward to in
Of course.
the second group,
Yes.
at least one group. But I'm sure we'll have interesting games in both groups tomorrow. Especially there's nothing to play for. You can, in the first group, you can have some fun matches.
Okay, but thank you very much for watching. We have fans waiting for Vishu, as usual. And see you tomorrow at the same time. Well, this will be the final round.
Final round.
Final
Only one
round,
round,
yes.
so.
There's only one round tomorrow. Bye-bye.